Da, 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 da. Things you did this time was never done before. Made some changes in my head, I can't feel the same no more. It's not make believe this feeling that you show. Something in my heart while I'm alone. Something I can't see no more. All the time when you're not home. Helps to fit my heart while I'm alone. I'm making alone. Hey. Woo! Simulcasting. Yeah.
What's up?
Here. We got the professor in the building. Oh, Mad Professor, if you're free, you're welcome to come up here. He said black men are winning. Hell yeah. So did the Ravens. Woo!
Hey, Doc, please come up. I got a question for you, bro.
Please do. That song fire, isn't it? Isn't it? My man, electrician. We got Jeremiah L. Shadow Star. What's up? We're winning, baby. My man, you can tell it's serious when my man got the brass knuckle pick. Yeah. Yeah, well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, you're looking at the 12th wonder of the world himself, Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. We have food, connoisseur, and manager. We have the brass knuckle champ. He puts the mean in Marine. We got Louis Collier, a.k.a. Red Pill Sleeper Cell.
Yo,
Woo!
what's up? What's up?
I'm just happy. Yeah, I saw the game, man. It was a hell of a game. Man, their defensive schemes need to be better. I'm glad they won. It was a hell of a game. I mean, every time it's an AFC North game, it's going to be a hell of a game. Um, Lamar and the offense is like on high octane and shit. This is the first time, the Ravens defense been shaky. But, there's sometimes there's a bend and not break, but hopefully we'll get it together. And please, good Doc, please, 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 please be our honored guest up here. Now, would you like to?
Hey, Charles, could you first, before you start, please play this video I sent you? Because a person of your status deserves this intro.
I love that shit. That's some hot shit right there. Hot shit right there. Take care of this thing. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, also the goddamn law, Charles Ford. Now, we're doing a simulcast from my channel and Lewis's Red Pill Sleeper Cell. Can you please tell the fine folks that are coming into the chat? Oh, trust me, Lamar's back got to be as wide as the Great Wall of China because he's carrying motherfuckers as he's supposed to as the quarterback. Can you tell them why this joint venture came about, please, good sir?
Well, my plan was to come home, get a couple of matches of Call of Duty in, but for the past 2 days, and I have to take Edward Anderson's advice, I spent an unhealthy amount of time on Clubhouse and TikTok, and these women are losing their mind. My question is, are black men living rent-free in their heads? Because the delusion, my question is it delusion or stupidity? And I called you 30 minutes ago, did I not? Charles.
You know I love you because most people, I don't even answer the phone when the Ravens play, so I knew it was something good.
And I was recently listening to a Clubhouse room that's going on, and they're blaming black men for Trump winning, and we're only 12% of the fucking population in this country.
Yep.
Do they understand how power works, how politics, or do they don't even have fucking common sense?
I think they are God-given ones because power cannot be given, only taken. And true power anyway. Not delegation, which is different.
True that.
It's the ability to dictate reality for someone else, and they see it as truth for them. And we're here joined by the honored guest making his epic return. Don't call it a comeback.
I'm going to buy your book, Doc.
Everybody's favorite mad professor.
What's going on? What's going on?
So
What's
What kind of book you
have? Let me just say this, and I want to
put the link in the chat for the book.
Address my brother. So, can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, I agree.
Am I clear?
Clear, crystal
clear. Okay. No, there is no logic. There is no common sense. There is no reason. We have a population, unfortunately, of women who have been so thoroughly propagandized over the last half century that they are incapable of understanding the paradigm shift that is taking place right now.
Yep.
And what I mean by that is that it is a waste of time. And I want to tell you black men this who are listening right now. And I said this a couple of weeks ago on my channel when I made my return. I said, don't try to argue with or reason with these women, particularly those who are liberal,
Facts.
the ones whose heads are exploding right now. It is a waste of energy.
Beating a dead horse.
It's almost like, here's the thing. Just imagine trying to talk to a segregationist during the 1950s and 1960s when the civil rights movement has become international. And you have people like Bull Connor, you have these white male rabid segregationists who have been used to calling black men the N-word. They have been used to calling black people N-words and dogs. They don't see black people as human. So just imagine, right, talking to a man. It's 1961, 62, 63, and you have a white male who is a white supremacist and who has a bunch of power, and the whole world is watching what he does to black people because King he has galvanized television and radio and every media force on the planet to shine a light on what's going on in Alabama and all across the South.
Yep.
There is absolutely no way for you to convince this segregationist white male, this white supremacist, to look at black people, black men in particular, in ways that are beyond racist. You just can't do it. It's a waste of time. You can't reason with him.
All thanks to Cesar Borgia.
You cannot reason with this individual. And unfortunately, you have an element within the black female population, and I will qualify it and I will say it's not the entire black female population, but we have a significant vocal black female population that we have dealt with for a half century who is incapable or who are incapable of seeing black men as full-blown human beings, as citizens, who are seeing us in our ability to be autonomous and to make decisions on our own without some type of white daddy or white mama or black mama. You understand? And so that's kind of what we are dealing with. So guys who are listening and everything like that, don't waste your time. Just enjoy right now, 2024, watching their heads explode.
Oh yeah, popcorn ready. Popcorn is ready.
This is what, and of course, some of you are Facebook, Instagram, and other social media friends of mine. This is what I've noticed. Like you said and alluded to, and actually not even alluded to, made a statement. Logic be damned.
Yep.
Have you noticed on social media they're trying to boycott? Let's just say it because it's late night. Shout out to the Ravens, we won. They really think they got something. I had to tell this one chick who's on my friends list on Instagram. Listening to a lot of these whiny babies, because that's basically what they sound like, a bunch of whiny ass babies who can't take it. They're trying to boycott their vagina like they have a monopoly upon the female sex organs. And I had to make this statement to this chick. There's 21 million black women in America. There's 4 billion women on Earth. I think we'll be good. You have deluded yourself into thinking that we actually need you to protect us, to provide for us, to go out and do great things. I've said this to many people before, especially the young men. Women hinder you.
Yep.
Until you're stable, they hinder you.
Like parasites.
And the fact of the matter is that men, not just black men, but men in general, has learned during COVID that I can entertain myself. And what they're going to do is, like I told one of my female friends I went to the academy with. I said, and she voted for Trump, and she made the most logical sense. Her and a few more, but I had to remember, she's a medically retired cop. A couple of females who are cops and soldiers that I know said, "No, we need a man in charge. I'm not going to follow no bitch." That's their words. And what we have to realize is that when they don't get their way, they don't fall in line.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as contentment in the modern female's brain. Am I correct or am I wrong, fellas?
That's
You're
facts right there,
absolutely
bro.
correct.
There's no such thing as contentment. The only thing they can understand is either I get my way or scorched earth.
Mm-hmm.
They will destroy their families. They will destroy someone's careers. They will sacrifice men. They care not as long as they get their way. And
They sacrifice their chickens too.
And like the good doctor stated, even though I'm a troll and I did it purposely and skillfully today, but after today, you ain't got shit. If you want to talk to me, come on my chat, come on my live stream, cash at me, and you can talk to me as long as you want. There's no more free attention, fellas. As we said, and the creator of Black Male Independence right here has stated for years, you need to get compensated for your light life energy and time. Who wants
that part? That part.
And I want to say this. So, in we have to be specific. So I'll put it like this. So you look at the white women who voted for Donald Trump, and you look at the white women who voted with their husbands. They didn't vote against them. They voted with them. And I don't care what people say about them, but these type of women are not the type of women that we have amongst us. And these other belligerent types of women that you're talking about, whose heads are exploding because they're not getting their way, they are showing the world right now. They are absolutely showing the world why many people are skeptical about their abilities to lead an enterprise such as the United States of America. If you cannot deal with defeat, if you cannot deal with the pain and tragedy of loss, and you can't deal with it rationally, logically, and so on and so forth, you are not prepared to be a leader. And
Let alone adult.
This particular woman, she represents a class of women. Here's the thing: I want, and I don't want to be misunderstood on this. If Tulsi Gabbard was on the ballot, I would vote for her. If Condoleezza Rice was on the ballot, I would vote for her. But this particular woman, who was a representation of the most vocal and most belligerent class of women in the United States, Kamala Harris, is not prepared and not fit to lead the most powerful military, the most powerful economy on the doggone planet. And this is why she was rejected.
Agreed.
Entitlement mindset.
What's going on, gentlemen?
You see that? That's the chart of who voted.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can see, they blamed us, the low IQ females, black females, they blamed us for Kamala losing the election. Never mind that Kamala is the embodiment of the low IQ female who has slept her way to the top, given the position simply not based on merit, but because of identity politics.
Yes,
In an,
DEI.
right, in an age where it's very strong. And the beauty of it is, like, what these, let's be honest, these chicks are not worried about abortions. They know that they can still get an abortion, that it's really based on the state level.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because the Supreme Court knocked it down to the state level. Even if Kamala was president, there was nothing she could do about it. But I mean, the truth be told, they just wanted the symbolism. They wanted the symbolism from an unqualified person. You saw what happened today when Trump, you saw what happened today on the other side of the world when they woke up. What happened? What
Talking about
happened?
Putin? With Putin,
Yeah, who else?
they all fell in line. We are looking to negotiate.
Netanyahu. Yeah, they all fell in line. They was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, and Putin, I posted the video. Putin was like, yo, Trump is a man. He's a man. He's a man's man. He's a stand-up guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it was, Bay? You know how all the kids act up in the house, even when the mother's there, and when dad gets home, everybody straightens up.
Oh yeah, Eddie's home.
That's exactly what it was.
It's one of those things where, as we say in the police department, there's a certain type of cop. There's the guys who, if he asks for a 10-11, a 10-16, which means I need backup now, that's really a 10-11. Meaning just meet the dude. It's not really serious. They embellish what it is. There's some guys who never ask for anybody to come with them, and they ask for a 10-11. Motherfucker, that's a signal 13, meaning I needed help yesterday. You send the troops, because if that motherfucker asks for help, you got to understand something. I pride myself on being a cop that if a cop's in trouble, they were calling me. There's some people on this earth where you just don't fuck with. Do we agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And see, what happened these last 4 years, motherfuckers was taking the United States as soft.
Yes.
Do I need to say it again for the Negroes?
Say it again. Say it again.
It and Charles, it all started when Biden did that withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yes.
Bingo.
And when that bombing happened and we did not retaliate, and as a service member, it made me sick to my stomach. You see all of them when all those bodies was coming home to what's that base in Delaware where all the dead bodies go to?
I went to cemetery.
No, it's the base with mortuary services. I forgot.
I know what you're talking about. It's not Langdon because
it's Fort because my boy was stationed there. Oh God. Well, anyway, they're just standing there, all those bodies coming out. It was no retaliation, nothing, and we just left. And it set a signal to the whole world that we have a leader that is weak.
Yeah, you got to understand this, right? Like, it's no secret that Louis Collier and myself are both veterans.
Mm-hmm.
It's no secret that I've been a police officer for nearly 2 decades and a sergeant for a year. Even a owner, operator, and commander of a security firm, armed security firm. There's a code of conduct, if you will, when you engaging. I think he's referring to Dover. That's what he said.
Dover. Yeah, Dover Air Force Base.
And we have quite a few veterans in the chat. Put your branch of military service in years, if you like.
Devil Dog, stand up.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Detro.
There's a code of conduct within military, police, and armed security. I ask you, I order you, or I force you. You never want to be projecting weakness. And the fact of the matter, motherfuckers looked at us soft for 4 straight years. Softness kills. We're just going to get it out the way. Y'all see the parental advisory sign up there, so this is adult talk.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some shit out the way currently. There are too many people within the United States who don't understand, like Lewis and myself talked about on the phone, power, respect, love, fear. I'd rather be respected more than I'm loved. You can love me, but never respect me.
Can I say something, Charles?
Go right ahead.
Power only respects power. Power is taken and is not given. Power is meant to be abused. You reward your allies and you punish your fucking enemies.
And you do so decisively. You don't hesitate. The one thing I've taught so many people, you don't, if you force my hand into action, I don't stop. If you're calm, we don't have to go there. But there's many of times where a suspect is looking like he's reaching or trying to run, or he's reaching for something, and I have to act fast, sudden, efficient, and swift.
Yep.
And think about this. How much military in dollars, how many millions and millions of dollars of military equipment? And people don't want to talk about this with great commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Military equipment was left in Afghanistan.
Too much.
Too much.
How much?
From what I heard, I think it was 112 billion.
Yes, really?
Damn.
Military equipment.
Damn.
And the order was to destroy as much as possible. But all you got to do, I just go, excuse me, go on TikTok or YouTube and type in Afghan military, the Taliban's military,
mm-hmm.
and they're riding around in our gear. Even the helicopters. They even decommissioned the helicopters.
Lewis. Matter of fact, that's where Russia took over those bases.
No, China. China went.
No, remember Russia took over the bases in Africa, the U.S. bases because of the they took over the bases and the U.S. soldiers couldn't do nothing but just sit there. And they told them, Russia told them, you can't take this stuff out of here, by helicopter.
They put them on house arrest. That was base 102.
Yeah, stole their stuff and dared them to do something about it.
Let me ask you a question, Lewis. Now, from what I've been trained and what I've been told and what I've seen in previous wars, like Vietnam, like 91, when you are leaving something that the enemy can use to attack us that is ours, is it not EOD's job to dispose of that before we leave?
It's called you're supposed to decommission the equipment. You put thermite or you take vital equipment, like the motors out, so it cannot be repaired, and all the the proprietary technology out of the equipment, like if it's helicopters, planes, or whatever. We just left it.
Right. And or just blow it up, right?
Yes. Current practice, you put the thermite in it, and you just you put if it's a tank, you put the thermite down the barrel of the tank to so it can't be used. You destroy all the sensitive electronic equipment, and you destroy the engines
so that it cannot be used against us in any fashion.
Yes. Any ordinances that you cannot take, you blow it up. That's like missiles, bombs, and bullets. You blow it up.
That was SOP then, right? I mean, what? How did we not figure out? We gave up that airbase. Usually, when we give up an airbase, we blow up the runway or something.
They were that desperate to get into Ukraine.
Biden had a yard sale. He had a yard sale.
That's why that happened. They were
and you want to know what's very when we were moving out of Afghanistan, the Chinese army moved in a week before we left. So the Chinese is looking at our equipment, copying it.
Yeah.
Like the helicopters and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Salute to Dr. Neil on the panel.
And I had put Dr. Neil's link for his book on Amazon.
Okay.
Everybody, if you have not bought it, please buy it. Support the good brother.
No doubt.
China came out and said that they they're looking forward to peaceful negotiations with the U.S.
Yeah, they haven't talked to Biden.
Yeah, they haven't talked to anybody.
Don't you find that ironic as hell?
Like I'm appreciating the star-studded lineup we have so far.
Woo! That's good.
Woo! Don't forget
Yes,
to like,
sir.
share, subscribe, donate to the channel. The super chats and the ticker.
The Black Nostradamus is in the house. How you boys doing? I call that sweet thing. I know y'all.
And everybody
Be the Joker.
Oh yeah.
We are crashing out on these women. Here's the thing. They have crapped on us for a half a century. A half a century. I'm being generous. 50 years. They've gotten away with defaming black men for 50 years, and they thought that it would last forever. And they thought that there would never be any consequences, and they thought that the chickens would never come home to roost, that there would never be any political consequences for misandry. They never understood. They never understood that their man hatred would spread to other populations.
Who would go check us, dude? It's all about you.
Who's gonna check me, boo? Think about it.
You can't tell me nothing. You sure right. We couldn't tell you nothing as y'all cried.
And I know that the good doctors, PhDs in religious studies, correct?
Yes.
Did the good book say you shall be known by your works?
Yes,
Hello. Hello.
When you look at a lot of this modern sisterhood, because shout out to the black women who voted for a better country and a better solution.
Thank God for them white women. Thank God for them Caucasian white women. I know y'all don't want to say it, but I'm gonna give them their goddamn props. They came to play, they represented their husbands, and they followed the fucking playbook. You go, white girl, you go.
Hey, Al.
Yes, sir.
But I was telling Charles, I was on the phone with him before I got home. I've been, and I got to go in rehab. I got to take a break from Clubhouse. The only
is it that bad?
No, look, when I was listening, and this reaffirms something where it comes to class. The black women that voted for Trump, they were from middle class, or they were married from middle class, and they had a strong religious foundation to them.
Yeah.
These women had the audacity and delusion to be surprised that white women voted for Trump. And I'm like, do you know who's the majority in this fucking country? They're going to vote for their best interests. And like I was telling Charles, we as a people are done. A lot of us do not understand how power really works.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, that Democratic Party successfully dismantled Black America, and it did that primarily through the Black female, by convincing her through policy, through welfare policy, through family court policy, through criminal justice policy, that the Black man or the Black male is completely obsolete, and that her only option was Big Daddy government, Big Daddy corporations, Big Daddy nonprofit organizations, and they bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. They too many of them bought into that, and that produced the situation that we are in right now. But here's the thing: they never anticipated that would, at some point, come to an end. That they never anticipated that a moment, and we are living. And I said this, you know, on my own channel. This is a historic moment.
Yes.
I don't know if Black men understand this in terms of a radical paradigm shift. And I talked about it even on my Facebook page in terms of, and I'm kind of, you know, comical about it, but Thanos and, you know, this idea of balance. You need a corrective event. Donald Trump is a necessary evil.
Yes, he is.
He is a necessary evil. He is that correction level event to bring balance back into the world.
Break glass for auto Cheeto.
Yeah, and it's not coincidental or ironic that he is the last of the baby boomers. He is the last baby boomer administrator, ruler, POTUS, whatever you want to call it. It started our dilemmas. I'm not going to say it started with him, but much of our problems were kind of crystallized with Bill Clinton beginning in 1992.
Yep.
And that's when Clinton opened the door to a lot of nonsense and foolishness. And so here we are, left-wing nonsense, left-wing foolishness, the rejection of the working class, and so many other things. But here we are in 2024. Clinton and Trump belong to the same generation, but Donald Trump is the corrective to all of that stuff that Clinton opened the door to back in 1992.
Yep.
And that's where we're at.
And who is the senator under the good President Clinton's watch who passed the crime bill that single-handedly destroyed damn near the Black population and civilization, and put a whole bunch of boys and young men, non-violent offenders, mind you, in big boy prisons for a long time? 3 strikes you out. Anybody remember that?
Oh yeah,
that Joe Biden.
Yes, that was the senator I'm referring to. Your current, on his way out, big ass, former family member of the Republican Party / KKK, groomed by looking ass. Him, yes.
I have to say, I have to say this. One thing about science, you learn very quickly. There are no vacuums in nature.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say that again for the Negroes who didn't give what the fuck I just said. There are no vacuums in nature.
Oh,
Hell, space isn't even a true vacuum if you be real with it.
Exactly. You gotta
God.
understand something.
Mhm.
When there's a lack of masculinity, there's a lack of discipline.
All good.
There's
All good.
there's a lack of progress.
Hmm.
There's an increase of chaos.
Very good.
There's an increase of destruction. There is no protection. And how many times have I told you? What's the first rule of protection?
Compliance.
Obedience. And
And
this,
if
and no,
there's no protection, there's no order.
exactly. What happens when you go 70 and a 20?
You go get a T, a speed.
Or you're going to kill yourself or somebody else or both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right,
then,
somebody.
yeah. And I want you to put this in your mind. Who's the most defiant demographic in the United States?
Black women.
B-dub.
Black
The
B-dub
B-dub.
without question.
And notice the one complaint a lot of those black women have. We're not protected.
Mm-hmm. And why is that? That's what we need to be. Why is that?
But
Think about
you told us that we wasn't nothing and that you didn't need our protection and you can do bad by yourself and you a strong, independent black woman. And even though your 16-year-old son is crashing out on you on video, got you scared in your own house, I mean, you got this, sis.
Yep.
Mhm.
I mean, black women aren't part of black people. Y'all are your own separate category.
That's what y'all told us on Fox Soul. That's what y'all told us on Fox Soul. Y'all was your own fucking separate entities. You absolutely correct, baby.
And shout out to the white women with some common sense. Shout out to
Hello.
the
Amen.
black women who had common sense and said, no, I don't want that chick. She is not a representative of me. Have you noticed the liberal, unprotected, nonsensical women were the ones crying that she wasn't elected? The ones who had businesses, the ones who had men, husbands, brothers, sons, they had persons of interest in their life.
Chuck, those women had to draw the line somewhere. They were
But
literally
they chose.
watching the total collapse and breakdown of 304 whole gynocracy society culture, just enveloping them at every turn, and they had to put their foot down at some point. The line had to be drawn, and goddamn it, I'm proud of them white women. They did it. They did it.
Hey, AL. Can I say
Yes.
something right quick?
Yeah.
Think
Go ahead.
about it. Look, what did they do when Trump ran against Hillary Clinton? They went out and voted for Trump. So what make you think they're going to vote for Kamala Harris? And they didn't vote for Hillary.
Female
And
presidents
Hillary
are
is a
owing
more
to
qualified person than Kamala.
female
right.
presidents are owing to in presidential candidacy runnings. Period. They're owing to. And hold on, let me get this out.
Yeah.
For 51 years, 51 years on my earth, this was a vote for mankind. MANKIND, mankind. With that being said, it was a vote for 2 baseballs and a baseball bat. And if you wasn't putting your first foot forward to vote for mankind as a man, we was gonna have to talk, gentlemen, if it went the other way. We was gonna have a hard, stern talk with me in the world.
And I
And
would,
the numbers as well.
and I'm
Think
going to
about
say
it.
real quick, and I'm going to give the floor.
Okay.
Have you noticed that all the demands that the females, those group of modern women, they didn't ask for education for their sons.
Mhm.
Nope.
They didn't. That would produce what? Better husbands, better sons, brothers. They didn't ask for more opportunities. for their sons.
Or the community.
Fuck the niggas you fucking. We talk about the ones you birth.
Hmm.
They all they asked was, I want to be reckless with my body and kill a child.
Yep.
Right. You wanted to get rid of more of the actual people that you claim to be so interested in helping. And the numbers are very important, Charles. That's why I'm glad you brought that numbers up earlier, because they had came out at first with this, oh, it's black man's fault. Well, when the numbers came in, right, you saw 22% of black men voted for Trump. Okay, so they had to go look at those other numbers. White women were overwhelmingly voting for him. Latino men and Latino women overwhelmingly voted for him. And they still don't understand. 79% of black men still voted down the party line of blue no matter who. However, I make the I make the argument that the 79% of those men are probably older guys, right? Some of the older, late, early boomers that, you know, they've got them all in the pocket as well anyway. So when those guys are gone in 4 to 8 years, do you think that 22% number is going to drop or raise?
It's going to drop significantly.
I'm going to say this for you, right? I guess you could call me Negro Damas. Shout out to
Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. But I'm going to tell you this. Trump was the avatar. But the person the Democratic Party is scared shitless of?
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Yes.
As they should be.
And the way the Democratic Party treated black men, and people don't know how significant 22% was, because usually the Democratic Party during a presidential election gets up to the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Usually 98%, brother. And those typically 2% are typically third party or abstaining vote. They're not voting for the Republicans, even then, right?
Yeah, and you got to realize.
Hey, Charles,
Go
if
ahead.
J.D. Vance gets in, he's going to be the avenging angel for Generation X.
Oh, he's going to be.
Yes.
He's a 40-year-old man, so he's an older millennial.
Let me tell you, and let me say this, guys. Do not minimize that 21%. Do not minimize it. That 21%, 20%. And here's the thing: it's bigger than that when you think about the non-voters, the black men who did not vote, and the black men who voted third party. It inflates the number. We might not get those numbers in the next couple of weeks or whatever. We might not get those numbers at all. But the point is that population of black men who did not vote, who voted third party, who voted for Trump, fractured what we've known as the black vote. Fractured. And it's going to continue to fracture. It begins now. It started in 2016, but now it is at a level that we have not seen. But in 2028, in 2032, those numbers are going to increase.
No,
what it's going to mean is that what it does mean actually is that the B-Dub, her vote will become obsolete.
Yes.
And look at the 7% of those black women who did vote. So they're going to try to minimize it, but you made a great point. So we got 22% of black men that voted for Trump. We got 7% of black women who they're going to minimize, right? So let's just go the total will be 30%. So 22 plus, let's say the 7, rounded up to 30. So that's 30%. They say, well, that doesn't make a difference. Well, think about it. Like when you said, if JD goes and runs again in 2028, if they could just if they can hold that 30% and gain another 15%, 10% of black men and another 5%, that's almost 50% of the electorate that's going to vote against them. They cannot survive with that.
No.
You know what? Speaking of JD Vance, the beauty of him, even if he would have ran for president this year, he still would have won. It still would have been a blowout. Because I mean, if you've watched him talk, not just on the debate stage, but just in interviews and whatnot, he is extremely presidential. He's very poised. He doesn't get flustered. He doesn't get rattled. He fact checks people when they call themselves trying to have gotcha questions and whatnot. He doesn't take the bait. All right. You have
easily knock him off his front. You can't. He's going to maintain frame no matter what. And Babe, absolutely correct.
you have no dirt on him. Like they tried to get him with some old couch stuff, and that was quickly debunked. He has you cannot call him a racist based on his his immediate family racial makeup.
Yeah, they're trying to get the cat lady stuff too, right? The cat lady stuff.
Please, they know you're right, and that meant nothing. That meant absolutely nothing, because what this country, what they want to return back to family. Now, right now, Trump is grooming him. He's going to groom him to be president while he's in the White House. He's going to show him, hey, look, these are the mistakes that I made. This is what I learned. This is how you get this done. This is how you get that done. I know they say this, but talk to this person. This is how you handle that. He's going to show him the ins and outs of being the president and how the White House works. So in 4 years, when J.D. Vance runs, I mean, the only person that the Democrats can throw up that might actually give him a little run for his money is Vivek Ramaswamy, if he changes parties. But I doubt that very highly, because there's nobody else in the Democratic Party that we see, that we know of today, that can go up against J.D. Vance.
What about Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, I would say this.
After what he's done to California,
I would say this. Even if Trump had lost, his showing with J.D. Vance, is showing with Trump during this moment, still gave him an edge. The country knows who this guy is.
Yeah.
And even if Trump had lost, he would still be a contender for 2028, 2032. The only competitor that he has right now, no, Gavin Newsom is not the guy, but Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. So what can happen is in 2028, if Shapiro, still is strong, he might be the Democratic nominee who goes up against J.D. Vance in 2028. But the thing about Vance is that Vance, if he stays clean and he continues to do, if Vance continues to perform the way he's performing now, he will be a 2-term president.
Yes.
Where does Shapiro stand? What does it stand on things?
The thing about Shapiro isn't that he's not an extremist. He's a moderate kind of guy. You think about it. He runs. Pennsylvania is a swing state, so he's kind of like I live in North Carolina, and the governor. He's no longer governor, but Roy Cooper was a guy. The governor of North Carolina was a guy, people haven't talked about him, but he was a guy who was on Kamala Harris' short list for VP. But he told her that he was not interested in being the VP. Okay. And these are the kind of guys. So Shapiro is the kind of guy, he's a moderate. He can appeal to both Democrats and Republicans. He's not extreme. He deals with economics. He's poised. He's a good speaker. He has a bit of charisma to him and what have you. Kamala did not pick him because she did not want to be upstaged by this guy. Okay.
Dr. Neil, isn't he Jewish?
He's Jewish, yeah.
Do you think Rust Belt and Bible Belt would tolerate having a Jewish president?
They would. I mean, they in light of the kind of neo pro Zion factions that exist in the South. It would not be a hard thing for them to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not a guy who's anti-Israel. That's the thing. So if he were a Jewish guy, I mean, hell, he would not be a governor if he was anti-Israel. You know what I'm saying? And so so his stance on Israel makes him amenable to voters in the South. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's the kind of Jewish, kind of moderate, bourgeois, aristocratic guy that can appeal to a lot of people. He's not an extremist. So the thing about him is that he would suffocate the most extreme factions within his party.
BMI, do you think that what is going on with Israel now, right? Like as the president-elect gets in, and let's just say that Trump gets in, he tamps that down, as far as with Israel. Do you think it will help or hurt his chances if Trump is able to calm down that war over there in Gaza?
I don't think it would hurt him. I think that it would, if Trump continues with the philosophy of no more wars or what have you, and he's able to rein in Netanyahu and all of that, and he is, I think. Well, hold on. We talking about JD Vance? Oh no, not JD Vance, but Shapiro. I think now it I would say this to be pointed to your question. It would be a challenge. It would be it would be a challenge, and as a matter of fact, it would give Vance more of an advantage. You know what I'm saying? And so, it would give Vance more of an advantage. Because if Vance continues with Trump's no more wars kind of doctrine and what have you, and he's able to continue to appeal to the vast majority of the American electorate, that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, I told people that Democrats can keep playing on if they want to. JD Vance is going to be a serious problem in 2028. I see him being a serious problem for the Democrats. Biden Donalds too. If he wants to go further, they're going to be a serious problem for them.
Yeah, Donalds, I think, could be a possible VP with JD. I think that would be a good ticket for them.
And
that would be a super ticket right there.
And I know this election cycle, a lot of people are like, "Oh, JD Vance is a newcomer. Tim Wild was going to wipe the floor with him." That's not what happened during that debate. In fact, after that debate, they put Tim Walz on ice.
He made a fool out of that dude.
Man, ice
had a buck in his eyes and everything.
Like he was like he's like schizo, man. When I see Tim Walz on any debate, or even when they try to get him, when he went to his school that he was allegedly the head coach, which he wasn't, he was the assistant coach. I saw the people there when the response to him, they couldn't get 5 or 6 people to stand around him and actually do an interview with him. They were like, I'm like, I thought that was like the people, they loved you over there. They didn't tell you about the scandals at the school that he was involved with on some Penn State type of stuff. I ain't even gonna say what it was about, but
that kind of stuff, man, that's horrible.
Yeah, they had that on there. They had the guy they tried to get him over there at the Blaze, tried to get him to make some noise, but he didn't say nothing. I wouldn't have said nothing either if I was him, because they probably would have came after that guy. But yeah, they didn't say anything about that, and he's a constant liar. You came down to Master Sergeant. You didn't want to deploy with your unit. I mean, if you just didn't want to deploy with your unit, that's bad enough. But man, to lie about being a command sergeant major, I think that hurt him a lot with the military, man, a lot.
Not only that, I pointed this out, and the map pretty much right, except for Illinois. I'm sorry, tampons in the boys' bathroom does not play well in the Midwest. I'm from Indiana. I know. that was never going to play well in the Midwest. And sure enough, he pretty much lost the Midwest.
And also the trans issue.
Yes.
Like what they be saying, do you mean transmissions in a car? Trans?
Let's not forget, when you do stolen valor, that's taken very seriously in the military. You don't claim what you never did. And when we look at this victory for men, when people say, why should we celebrate? Because one, we're going back into a state of excellence again, because America went through stagnation like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of young men have checked out. Usually you would see a man who's 18, 19, 20, 21. Laws have nothing to do, they'll join the military. You've literally given women so many things without equally issuing it to the men that they became so disenfranchised that they're unmotivated. What happens if you actually bring back masculinity? Bring back a sense of accomplishment, a sense of accountability, a sense of assignment.
I say duty?
Duty. You cannot progress further than your men.
Yeah.
And
the thing about it is that you cannot build the infrastructure. So one of the problems that Biden had is that, Biden made some efforts in terms of dealing with infrastructure. He had a whole infrastructure, bill and everything like that. But the problem is that it avoided this issue. It avoided the importance to men to infrastructure issues in the United States. Because the reality is it's not women who maintain the infrastructure. It's men. Mm-hmm. And you have to be specific about that. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's something that you cannot get around. And so you have to build the men up, because the women are not going to do. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir. You guys already know this. They're not going to do the heavy lifting, the hard labor that men have traditionally done in terms of keeping the economy going. Men are at the center of the hard labor that keeps our economy going. And so you have to deal with the men. And so, and people, and Trump never came out and said that kind of explicitly, but it was subtle or whatever. You have to do that. And that's why we are where we are right now in terms of this election.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt, brother. No doubt. I think that's a great point, man. Think about it like this. If we put all women in DEI positions at the head, and we've done that here at Centerpoint, which is our electrical delivery system here in Houston alone, and pretty much most of Texas except the East Texas. You got women up there, and they asked, when the last storm came, they asked this woman she's the PR lady for Centerpoint. She gets up there, and instead of being real, she said, oh, yeah, well, when this hurricane hits us, I think it was Beryl. She said, when this hurricane hits us, the lights will be off for, maybe a day. And I'm like, oh, that's bull, because we had a tornado the other day, and half of the city was off for almost 2 weeks. And I said, well, why wouldn't she just be real? A man going to tell you, if we know we got to call in 10, 20,000 workers from Florida to come and put this up, you think that's going to be a day? And there was some places out for 4 weeks. We have to stop lying. And Stephen A. Smith, Charles, I don't know if you saw that. He got up there with Sonny Hostin and the rest of the cackles up there on the spew. And he actually said something that was real straight up to the point. He said, man, I'm a conservative when it comes down to my pocketbook on economy issues. I'm not going to apologize for nobody that I want to pay less taxes on my money. But when it comes to social issues, I'm a liberal. I don't care who you sleep with. It's not my business. Do what you do. And I think that if Democrats just focused on, hey, he said, y'all dropped the ball basically with that the tampon stuff and with letting women compete against men. And I think, Charles, you had a show about that when it was the Olympics, when we sat there and watched that transmission whoop this woman so bad that she just laid down and gave up, basically, knocked her completely senseless. And no one said a word. They came out, protected that person. And can you imagine if that was anyone else, you know, a man whooping a woman down like that? They have nothing to say. They think that these women aren't watching this, these white women.
This is
Yeah. And come to find out that that dude was indeed a dude. But you know what bothered me though, because I watched the snippet of that. What bothers me about The View, I mean, Sunny Hostin. I'm sorry, I'll give you for a second. Sunny Hostin, she's like Kamala Harris. Every time she opened her mouth, she got to talk about her being a woman of color. As a woman of color, as a woman of color. Shut up. You're unbearable. I'm sorry, go ahead.
See, it's kind of funny, right? When they used to come out with that black woman as God, you could be a goddess, but you can't be a god. Because a god has to be three things: a creator, maintainer, and destroyer. That's basically the three tenets of any god. When you're given the chance, and this is the crazy part, men, we know what our capabilities and our limitations are very quickly because the world doesn't give us a cushion.
Mm-hmm.
What they have done for the last 50 years with Title IX and other things, I'm cool with women getting education. I'm cool with women getting positions as long as they earn them. But when you take away from the men, notice, not one time did men say you shouldn't get your education. Men actually fought for you to get education.
Mm-hmm.
Women forgot that, especially in our community, when they were like, black men ain't never do nothing, they rule. No. Let's go back to the Civil War. Let's go back during slavery when some of those emancipated or freed slaves, well, there were black men who bought slaves. Yes, there are some of us who bought back our family members. There are some of us. Can I say it again?
Mm-hmm.
There are black men who ran from slavery, made some money, bought their fucking people back. They don't tell the stories of how we entered a goddamn civil war and won. But instead of looking at your man as Superman and looking at your man in such awe, being inspired, think about it. Your man was a slave a year ago, and now he's equal to the slave owner. Mm-hmm. Who else on the history of mankind ever did that?
It's unique. It is unique. It is rare. That's why what we call ADOS is so specific and particular, because what happened in the United States is it separates itself from at least from conservative estimates from the last 500 years of world history, and even broader than that, from just world history in general. You know what I mean? I was telling some students recently that, you know, Black Americans, think about this. So in 1900, we had, like, you know, most Black Americans were like concentrated in the southern states. And the illiteracy rate among Black people in around 1900, 1899, and even between 1899 and 1900 was like, you know, damn near 90%. By the time we get to 1930, the illiteracy rate among Black people drops substantially. It goes from like damn near 90% to like 65%.
Okay? And was that not before the integration of schools at that time?
Yes. And that has never been done. That was unique.
Think about
Nowhere.
it.
When you look in history, when you look in particularly the history of the West, in particular, and you can include other histories in terms of the world, but the illiteracy rate dropped from like 90% illiteracy to like 65%, between 65% and 68%. That is a substantial leap in terms of literacy from 1900 to 1930. Okay,
It's 1/3 in 30 years, right? 1/3 in 30 years.
In 30 years.
And now it looks like we're going backwards with all this feminism stuff.
I want you to think about this. And I'm glad you talked about feminism, AB. Do women in this country realize how much feminism robbed them?
I don't think some of them do now.
Do they understand? I want you to think about this, right? Since they opened up the combat arms. These women who allegedly graduated from Ranger School and Special Forces. You're telling me that it's been notorious that Ranger School will break you off something fierce. When men lose 20 pounds or more going through Ranger School, I'm supposed to believe a 150-pound woman losing 20 pounds carrying an 80-pack ruck to a 120-pound ruck is going to be functional.
Everybody ain't going to make it, man.
Men don't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the fittest men on earth can't do it. And you're going to tell me, why haven't, and I said this, if women were meant for combat, and there's some things that women do way better than men, let's just say it what it is. There's some things we do better, there's some things they do better.
Of course.
If women were designed for combat, why were you made smaller? Why?
A. Charles. In the Marine Corps, they had a female officer that went through infantry school, the Marine Corps School of Infantry. They had to lower the standards, and they didn't release the results from it. They had 3 women go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Officers. And in the military, officers are required to have top-notch physical standards because that's a tenet of leadership. How can you hold your troops accountable, especially during a PFT? Because in the Marine Corps, all officers are required to have a first-class PFT. How can you reprimand your troops if you're not upheld to the same standards?
Or better.
Mm-hmm.
And let me put it to you this way, right? How many of those women who graduated from Ranger School and supposedly Special Forces, why aren't you on one of the teams? Why aren't you with the battalion? There was a Marine Corps captain, female, that I had a show about this subject matter 4 years ago. She said while going through Ranger School, her period stopped temporarily.
Yes, because her body was losing body fat.
Exactly. And then on top of that, she's seen how well and how efficiently the men were working together that she said it was like looking at a superhuman. She said, and this is a fit woman. She was a captain at the time. So and a Marine officer, so she's very fit. She said, I've scored within the 99th percentile of all women throughout the military. You compare the top 90 to 99 percentile rate of physical fitness of women in the military. When you put that against the men, they're at the bottom 60. that's how great of a difference. Then men also will overcome their petty arguments and differences to work together.
Leadership training as well. I mean, you know, to be a leader, you have to work well with others. You have to.
Let me say this. Charles Faulkner.
Yes, sir.
How do we relate this to Kamala Harris? I'm going to say this.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Kamala Harris is a woman who has been given a free pass for most of her adult life, her professional career. Okay? She has never been held to any extraneous standards at any level. We just saw this with this presidential election, but you can go back. I will give her some grace with the Senate, but I will go back to her time in California. She was protected. She was sheltered. She was socially promoted in California. Okay? She was never held to rigorous standards. And the assumption was that she would be able to get away with this in perpetuity, and that her deficiencies would never show up before the American public. And what we saw this in 2019 and 2020 when she first ran and she dropped out. But we saw this in more dramatic ways over the last 3 months. And what I'm saying is that when you talk about military and you talk about the United States, militarism, war, whatever you want to call it, is integral to the functioning and life of a nation. We hate to deal with it because it's kind of politically incorrect to talk about this. But among liberals, I'm going to say this: among conservatives, is not politically incorrect. But among liberals and leftists, because they hate war and they want kumbaya and everybody get along and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But you cannot be a commander in chief and you are unprepared for war. Barack Obama was a surprise. He was a surprise to me.
Yeah, he was a warmonger, wasn't he?
He was a surprise because I did not see him as a warmonger. I did not see him. I remember when Saddam, there was not Saddam, but there was Libya. There was Libya. He was responsible for the death of Gaddafi. And there was also Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. Okay. I did not see that in him. I didn't see a killer. Here's the thing. I did not see a killer in Obama.
But Dr. Neil, do you know the history of his grandparents?
We've got that. Yeah, we got that.
CIA.
But I didn't see, in terms of what we were introduced to as a public, I did not see a killer in him or a killer instinct or anything like that. He was very conciliatory and diplomatic and all that kind of stuff. Even with his relationship with Israel, very soft on Israel.
And not to mention the fact, Doc, he never served in the military.
Never served.
Served. Yeah,
but he had to have a little killer in him because he was from that Chicago political machine.
Now that's another thing. Yeah, I think that's another thing because that is a brutal political. The Chicago political machine is a brutal machine. You're right about that. But the point is that most women are sheltered even at the most highest levels of society. They are sheltered from that type of conflict and adversity. They're sheltered from that. And men, here's the thing, men shelter them from that.
Right.
Men are responsible. And I know you guys, I would love to hear this. I can imagine the men. I can imagine the men in the armed forces who have played that chivalrous role in promoting these women and protecting these women from all type of scrutiny and criticism.
A lot of them have, and a lot of the brothers who are older, they've seen other wars, the Vietnam vets. I still got some people a lot from Korea, and they have expressed to me that, hey, you wasn't here during Jim Crow, so you don't understand. If you vote for Trump, you vote for Jim Crow, and you got to vote for her because she's black. And I said, man, for you being in Vietnam and Korea and saw how they did the men when they came home. You was first there and you saw that the Democratic machine, the liberals with Kent State, all that, we were getting spit on coming home. We was not getting done correctly. Veterans was even worse when it came down to mental health, and the VA was completely inept at that point. You saw that. And then now you see where you don't have to go to war anymore. You're done. Okay. But look at the youngsters, our kids. Look at them having to go to war. Look at what the Democratic Party has become now. Like you said, brother, they were typically the anti-war party. Now you have staunch Democrats that are supporting the Ukraine war, even if showing it's about, it's a losing war. They are wanting to throw more men into the meat grinder. They're there with it. I'm like, when did they change it up? Because I thought the Republicans and the Bushites and the neocons, I thought they were, the Dick Cheneys of the party. Now y'all ain't got Dick Cheney backing y'all up. I think they lost the point. Like, you thought Dick Cheney was going to bring you votes? Come on.
Shadow, let me explain to you what it is. You remember in the early 80s, all the way up to the 90s, it was nothing but Republicans. And this is what they were doing. They was dirty, spiteful. They didn't care how they played the game. Started with Reagan all the way up to the Bushes, Herbert, and then Walker. And the Democrats got tired of losing. For 12 straight years, they tried to play the let's do it the right way. Let's be holier than thou and try to hold them this and let's work with it. Let's cross the aisle and this and that. And the Republicans are like, yeah, fuck you. We ain't getting down like that. We're going to do what we want to. Finally, the Democrats, after freaking Obama, say, you know what? If we lose it and we get it back, we're going to be as dirty as they got to be to get it. Not realizing you sunk all the way in the mud with the Republicans. You done what they wanted. They gonna come back out on top clean because why they the masters at playing this game. Y'all never was Democrats, never. So guess what? You go reap what you saw. You lost the presidency, you lost the Senate, you lost the House, and you lost the popular vote. You're trash.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead, please.
Charles, you could affirm this. If you want to know what type of tone a president is going to stand on, look at who he chooses for his Secretary of Defense and also his Joint Chief of Staff. If anybody has Google, and I know there's a couple of Marines in here, look up who General Dunford was. General Dunford was Barack Obama's Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman.
Yeah.
And that would explain everything about his warmongering. He's the former commandant of the Marine Corps, and he was behind a lot of strong military stuff, so to say. And Charles, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're definitely on the money. I mean, you gotta see what's going on with this shit, man.
It's three-dimensional chess that people aren't really figuring out because they're looking at it from a surface level. They haven't really understood how the parties have triangulated the way they have.
You got to look at this shit, right? I'm looking at social media women who are mad because Trump won. You can't tell us what to do with your bodies. Well, that's funny. I had to sign up for selective service.
That's your whole body, not another body that's coming out of you. Your whole body.
Yeah. And you really think that, you know what happened in Korea when when the women try that 4B shit, they start shipping women from Vietnam.
Woo!
Because nobody's putting up with your fucking shit anymore. Nobody's putting up with a bunch of underachieving, overestimating, spoiled brats anymore. And then here comes the simps. I keep telling these simp ass dudes, agreeing to everything she said ain't gonna give you the vagina any faster. If anything, you're actually making her dry.
Yeah, look at D.L. Hughley. Has anyone did a wellness check on him? I mean, he didn't work the next day. He works than the women. I know some of them.
Who cares? Don't nobody give a damn about the GED man. Screw him.
You got to realize that the least funniest of the so-called kings of comedy, him and Steve Harvey were jealous of fucking
Bernie
Mac
as niggas. And you got to realize this. This is the reason why black male solidarity has to continue to grow stronger. I suggest, I don't know if we're in Manosphere 3.0 or whatever the hell it is.
I don't even care about the numbers at this point.
I don't even care about the numbers. At this point, we're going to have to start a network. Not one person should travel anywhere in this country and not be good because you have a member of the Manosphere looking out for you.
Yeah.
Not one. There's how many people came down? We had Dr. Dunbar, the controversial counselor, and his dad come down to Baltimore to smoke cigars. I had cousin T-Taw with me. Come on now. If I can do it, damn sure all these people in the Black Manosphere can do it. So, and this is one thing I do agree with the mad professor stating.
What do you guys think is a good idea to kind of foment that, for as far as like we taking our actual vote and we also taking the impetus to do things? What are some of the ideas that you guys, this for everybody, that we can build on to, not let this go under the rug? We have to stand on business with this. Like you said, Charles, once they come and attack, there ain't no going back now. Stand on business.
Number one.
So I want to say that. Let me say this.
Go ahead, Doc.
Let me say this, and I've been thinking about this, and at some point I'm going to speak on this. And I mentioned this here, even in this session right here. You had black men starting from the political. You had black men who did not vote. You had black men who voted third party, and you have black men who voted for Trump. All of these black men have one thing in common. We are protesting against something that we thoroughly despise. Okay? That comes from the left, that comes from these traditional Democrats, this gynocentric nonsense. And I think that we have to establish, whatever we do, we have to make it clear that this is who we are. This is who we do. We don't need, I've said this since 2020, we don't need 100% black male support. We don't need 50% of black male support. We don't need 40% of black male support. We need to identify those black men ideologically who we align with. And that's where we are. I was so happy, after this election, I'm like, okay, I'm glad that D.L. Hughley and Steve Harvey and Roland and all them came out of the closet and showed us how messed up they are and how compromised they are. We as black men, and this might be difficult, but it ain't difficult. It's not difficult for me, but we have to be able to separate ourselves from particular kinds of black men who are not interested in black male independence and black male agency, black male happiness, so on and so forth. There are black men who are just thoroughly compromised, who are beyond redemption, who we can't reach, and we don't need to waste our time with them. So in terms of organizing, we have to be clear and specific. If we were to create like a black male manifesto or whatever, Dr. Johnson has the black male political agenda, which is kind of open. But if we were to create something even more deeper, like a manifesto, and I've been thinking about writing a manifesto that would work to help organize us around particular principles so that those compromised black males are not a part of what we do, that they are excluded based on ideology from what we do. Because we can't run. We represent a particular segment of the black male population. We are concerned, yes, we have expressed concerns about the entire population, but ideologically, in the way we're conditioned, we are a specific group segment, and that has to be the basis, I think, from my perspective, for any type of political organization, or even economic organization, whatever organizing that we're doing.
I think that that's a brilliant idea, and it's also, it gives responsibility back into the hands of the men. Because I'm like this, you need to go up to your city halls and your state capitals, and the same way they cater to the LGBT, the same way they cater to the feminists, what you just shown was that a goddamn president will not come into office just by 20%. What do we get for our vote? What do we get for our pain and suffering? What should we get for our loyalty? Protection and loyalty cost. See, I think black men, correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, black women have a fear of failure.
Yes.
But black men have a fear of success.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. That's absolutely.
Did I say that again?
Please. Please.
Yep.
Black women have a fear of failure. Black men have a fear of success. Because we're afraid to replicate those actions again, because much is expected for us. When, what's the old saying? Much is given, much is earned. We should not be afraid. What's the old statement? We're not afraid because we're insignificant. We're afraid because we're powerful beyond belief. And I think that it scares black men. I can disagree with my women. I can disagree with other black men. I can disagree with the goddamn country freely. You know, we've always been told to do what?
Get in line.
Comply and do as told. But since we voted our own way and this election went the way they didn't want, they butthurt. They butthurt bullshit mad. I'm talking about mad. They mad at us. Guess what? We don't give a damn.
Did you see how quickly that support for all this person of color, let's let everybody bygones, let them cross the border, do all this. The moment that certain black women and also white women and Sonny Hostin and the crew, did you notice what they have been saying? I've been scrolling TikTok and looking at some of these fools, and I heard a lot of black women who was all on the, let the border be open, let's bring them in. We good with that. Person of color. I've seen over 30, 40 videos on TikTok now where these same black women talking about, well, the black men, y'all ain't got to worry about us no more. And as far as it come down to y'all Mexicans and over, I hope Trump send all y'all home. I'm like, whoa, hold on now. I thought you just was saying everything was cool with them, bring them in, but now you want to send them home because they didn't do what you wanted them to do.
Shatter, all the malice, ill contempt, and ill will came up out of them the day after election day. I'm here to tell you, brother, they were showing their raw naked colors. Raw naked.
See,
because the thing is, here's the thing. They have been completely rendered obsolete.
Yes, sir.
Because the thing about it is that you know, these black women have had the luxury of shaming everybody.
Correct.
Right?
Everybody.
They've shamed us as black men. They've had the luxury of shaming white people. They've had the luxury of shaming Latinos, South Asians, or whatever, because they have held this position of having moral authority over everybody, right?
Right.
And when you have these results where black men are saying we're doing our own thing, Latinos are saying we're doing our own thing, and every other demographic is saying we don't care what you think about us, and we don't care about no mythical solidarity, that's a major blow to them, because white people have convinced them that they're special, and that white people have convinced them, particularly liberal white people have convinced them that they are in a position to be the moral authority over every single population in the United States, because they believe that they are the most oppressed population in the United States. And because they're the most oppressed population in the United States, they have the authority to condemn everybody, every demographic, doesn't matter who they are.
And check this out, guys.
Particularly black men. And now Trump has drained. Trump, remember back in 2016, Trump was talking about drain the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
He has literally drained the swamp. And their only recourse now is to say, okay, we gonna sit on black woman island, and we're not going to give you all our magical goods and goodies or whatever. We're just gonna be here on black women's island and just live here or whatever. And the rest of the world is saying, keep your ass on black women's island.
Exactly.
We're doing our own thing.
Those black women got punched in the eye last night, punched in the mouth, and they were looking for the liberal lily white Miss Ann's to come and save them. But what did Miss Ann and them liberal white ladies say? Oh no, ma'am, y'all gonna have to hold this. And they piss poor hurt about, why did y'all come? Why y'all didn't come help us vote for this? That is a y'all problem. We've been trying to tell y'all we don't have that problem with this abortion thing. We ain't even trying to have kids as it is as white women. Why would you think we go hang our hat on it? Once the Supreme Court voted that shit down and you had to go individual state by state, that became a you problem, black women. But now y'all tried to convince that whatever she is a color to just hang her hat, literally hang her hat on that basic one issue. She had no other issues. She was crying about that and then saying Trump was a fascist. That's all she could hang her hat on. And it didn't work. And now they bet her mad.
Let me give you an example, guys. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Okay, I'll go after. Go ahead,
the Attorney General in New York City, Letitia James.
Yeah, that boy.
This woman, I guarantee you right now, this woman is losing sleep right now.
Mm-hmm.
She is losing sleep.
Because she knows that Don Cheeto's gonna have that goddamn writ sent down to the Attorney General's office. Hey, to mow her down to parking tickets. I don't want to see her trying nothing else. He gonna get her.
This
Doctor,
woman is losing sleep right now.
Doctor, did you notice that? Like when they brought out all those DAs, including her, including Fannie Willis, and including the brother, what was his name? Alvin, what's his name?
Bragg.
Alvin Bragg.
Yeah. Did you notice now? Now look at that. Now, if I was a smart thinking political person and they brought that to me and said, hey, look, we're going to get the Democrats in. Mm-hmm. So we just need you to go ahead in your jurisdiction, go ahead and get these indictments pressed on this man. If I would have looked at who we have in the coalition, and it was like, well, we got Letitia James, we got, you Alvin, we got you, and then we also got Fannie down there. We're gonna get that rolling. And I said, well, where is the white people? Y'all ain't got no white people, going up against. Like I
None.
would have been like, man, if this goes wrong, it's gonna be real easy for them to come after us. I wouldn't have hung my head on that, man. That was dumb for them. I don't know what they was thinking.
Let me tell you something.
Right.
Fannie Willis, before she went to Nathan Wade, she went to the former governor of Georgia to serve as the special prosecutor. I can't think of his name now. And he talked about this. He made it public. And he said when she came to him about Trump, he immediately turned her down. He rejected her. And the reason why he rejected her, he said, you know what? I don't want to deal with death threats every day that I'm dealing with this case. I don't want to deal with no death threats. Okay?
Yeah, Kemp was the governor.
Here's the
yeah, he's a two-term governor.
Yeah, Fannie Lewis, Fannie, she could not find a white man who would put his career and life and livelihood and future on the line for the stuff that she was going after Trump for. What she did is she went, Nathan Wade was her plan B, plan C is, okay, I'm going to get a black man who's lower level and I'm going to put this thing on him, which is very insulting. If you really think about it, it's very, very insulting. It's very insulting to the black male, okay?
Well, he's a cook.
I'm going to risk the life of a black man to get Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's a cook. Charles, can you bring that up? I got her exit speech.
Oh, you want to play the whole thing?
Oh, it's not that long. It's just a snippet.
Okay, no problem.
My fellow Americans, we all knew this day was coming. As difficult as it is to accept that I'm one of the most unpopular candidates in history, even with the entire mainstream media machine backing me and working to get me elected, it appears I have lost the race. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Fox, and everyone else that wasn't on Team Joy. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. You motherfuckers just can't stand to see a strong black and occasionally Indian woman succeed. How the fuck did I get 15 million less votes than that retard Joe Biden in 2020? And pardon my language, but everyone knows under a second Trump term, we're allowed to say retarded again. So get off my balls. But seriously, how the fuck did Joe get 15 million more votes than me? I'm starting to think maybe we did steal that election in 2020. No way his dusty ass did that much better than me. Shit, I barely got more votes than Hillary Clinton. And we've imported 50 million illegals since 2016. And you know they're all voting for me. As for what's next for me, I'm still in charge of this country until January 20th. You heard that right? Joe doesn't know where the fuck he is half the time. So plan on an action-packed next couple of months. Might even fuck around and invade Canada. Finally, thanks for fucking nothing, America. You made Rachel Maddow and Van Jones cry again. I hope you're all very happy with yourselves.
If you subscribe to Danny's perfect content.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I also approve this message. Give your boy Danny a follow. You heard?
Classic Kamala. Always copying me. Not original at all. Sad.
Yeah. You know, it's
wait a minute. I need that shit. I need that like my next breath, man. I'm gonna say this before we continue. We got a fire stream. We got an all-star lineup, a cast on this panel. Look, we got 62 watching. Hey, y'all need to hit the Cash App, Charles Faulkner, and what's your Cash App? I'm Lewis. Hit that Cash App. Support.
Hey, Charles Faulkner, man, hit us with Bree, man. Where's she at, man? Hit it. We need some relief, man. Show that fine ass motherfucker, man. Hit it with the Bree.
Oh man.
Hit it with this Bree, nigga. We need some Bree, nigga.
Nah,
Hit us with the Bree, man. I need to see her, man. Come on, man.
Hold on, I'll do you one better, fellas. I need y'all to join with me, and I know y'all know this song. I'm gonna start it out. I want y'all to follow. Sha-na-na-na, sha-na-na-na, hey, goodbye. Sha-na-na-na.
Bria Miles. Don't hit the donations, man. Hit
us with Bria Miles, man. Bria Miles, man. Hit us with woo.
One more time.
Hey, I don't know if this is relevant to any of you guys, but have y'all seen these
Oh shit!
recent emails? Have y'all seen these recent
Everybody
political
still here?
emails? Yeah. Have y'all seen these recent political emails that they're saying is true? They sending out messages talking about y'all need to go get ready to go back and pick cotton.
Oh, that's a hoax.
Hey, Charles,
I mean, people are
play this
sending it.
video.
I think Charles just dropped, bro.
Oh, yeah, he's back.
Oh, there
Hey,
you go.
Charles, play this video.
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
Yeah.
That's that old style. That's that old style.
That's some good. That's some good old-fashioned trolling, man.
Yeah, that was.
She can't do it, man. Even when she tries to troll, right? JD Vance, for him being, I guess, a millennial, right, and a late Gen X millennial, whatever, his trolling ability is at 10 million, man. They can't. They got to ship people in to their rallies. They got to get Beyonce. I mean, the amount of celebrities, you would have thought it was, I mean, a world peace show or something. They had so many of these celebrities come up and do this. They paid them all these millions of dollars. Could they not have done with some of that money go to the base that they wanted to actually vote for them and actually did something in those communities?
Well, we gotta go and dance with Beyonce. I had to say this one statement on my Facebook to everybody crying. Liberal tears gives me substance. Sorry. It's something that it's like Folgers in my fucking cup, man. I mean,
it's like electrolytes, man. Electrolytes.
It just galvanizes the system. I mean, whoa! Shit. Every time I
saw that one dog with that one woman, she was crying. It was one white lady crying, like, I can't believe all my white aunties and white mamas and white friends, y'all done voted. She started crying. The dog just licking all the liberal tears. I said, man, even the dog said he liked the liberal tears.
There was an old Negro spiritual that Donald Trump sung to Kamala. Do that. He said, I don't care what you think. Trump's going to get his. Bitch, get your mind right. Let me talk to him. Bitch, get your mind right. I'm sorry. I felt so good trolling people all day. One chick tried to say, well, you better be careful smoking them cigars. You're going to get diabetes and your foot fell off. I said, wait a minute. You look like you look like you drink insulin with your triple chin ass.
Couldn't even roll. I was trying to, roll them out, man. Today, when I came to work, man, I had to run the whole show for like 2 hours. We had people call, and I work with number women, and they calling out. They not coming to work. I mean, this is the second day. I literally had to run the whole show for almost 2 hours. I had the big man call me like, man, where are all the women? And I'm like, they say they're coming in. I'm
Hey,
here.
Charles, play this.
Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
Yes.
101. Black woman 101.
That was her, right? That she didn't show up to work today, man.
Play that again, man. Play that again. I love it.
Branch out, black woman 101.
Do you really hate me that bad?
Yeah.
You have Sims, right?
I'm sorry. No. Why? Why? Do you really hate me
Yes.
Told her to come to work, bro. That's what she was doing the whole time over there on TikTok, crying with got a uniform on, still ain't came to work.
Man, do you
Maybe.
remember when Malcolm X said the chickens have come home to roost? Remember that?
Yeah.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Have come home to roost. This is
Man.
after this is after a half century, 50 years. When these people have defamed us, said that we are obsolete, I don't need no man, and all that kind of stuff, and told white people. Here's the thing: they told the white world that we ain't crap. The whole white world. And they never thought that there would never be any political consequences for this, ever.
And repercussions.
And
Because they coming.
And shout out to Electrician for the $10 holla. And shout out to Shatterstar for the $2 holla. Don't meet them there, fellas. Thank you. Make sure you also share some donations with the co-host of the night, Louis Collier. See, this is what we have to deal with. And any military man knows this. They got your doers, your talkers, and your shit walkers. And you also have your ass kickers when needed. That's the difference between when women get upset versus men get upset. Here's the crazy part. Women claim women's intuition is the greatest shit since Spidey sense. You can sense your man's cheating, but you can never sense your man unhappy or upset with you. The plot thickens. Now that you didn't get your way and your true colors show, and you're saying, fuck men, fuck all these other demographics, we don't need you. Okay. Keep that same motherfucking energy when your car is up there on the highway with a flat tire, or it's smoking like me with a fucking nice LFD cigar.
I swear to God, you better drive right on past them, Chuck. Oh, y'all better drive right on past ass.
Fucking, the only chicks I'm helping out are the ones who are ladylike, who are not on this bullshit.
Man, the only chicks I'm helping out are the ones that work for me.
Exactly. And now, keep that same energy when you hear a motherfucker coming down your chimney and it ain't Santa Claus in your house. Keep that same energy when you walking down the street. Since you said we're not going to help men. Remember, like phones, that same shit works both ways. And I'm not somebody to say, well, we should abuse women. You don't have to abuse women. You don't have to abuse anybody. And I like to quote Batman from the movie Batman Begins. I don't have to kill you, but I ain't got to save you either. And that's the criminal part about it. All men have to do is absolutely nothing and treat you with nothing but our distance, resistance, and remnants. Okay?
I like that distance and resistance. Like we ain't gotta motherfucking do nothing to you, but we ain't gotta save your ass either.
Well, that's the one thing that these women are coming out with big chests. They speaking with their big chest out. We ain't gonna do shit for men. Number one, who cares? Number two, good.
Ain't been. Number three, we ain't never looked for you to try. But guess what? Go to hell. We good. You can go to hell and cry some river. Matter of fact, go to the hell and wait credit bill. Go sit there and wait. And then when they give you an answer, you come back and you let the representatives of the black Manosphere know what that
Can we bust this shit up real quick though? Like, let's be real. Like,
okay.
if there's like on some real shit, just to like to end the hope, even though niggas like to toy with niggas like to toy with their hope. But here's the thing.
I miss you, fam. I miss you, fam. I'm glad to hear your voice. But go ahead.
Hey, you know, I be on my shit. You know, I've just bought a new thing. Like, I'm on some different shit. But man, I'm telling you, like, look, if you a woman out here and there's no men in your life, And I mean, like, you ain't got a father, you ain't got a husband, you ain't got a boyfriend, you ain't got somebody who's like real in your life in a stationary way, then bitch, you're not shit. And like, if nobody else told you that shit, then I'm gonna be the one to tell you because it's gonna be a lot of niggas who look at you do your dumb ass shit. I'm gonna just tell you straight up: if don't no man care about you, you ain't shit. And that don't mean just your pussy ain't shit. That mean your personality ain't shit. That means your peace ain't shit. You feel me? That means your progress ain't shit. That means every P. This is the new PPP loan. Like, look, I'm on some shit where, bitch, you can't live with your parents, you can't be a pedestrian, and you gotta have your own paper, bitch. And you know how many of that disqualifies y'all? Like, I'm done with the hand me downs and the hand me outs. Like, bitch, like,
That
I'm sorry.
what does that PPP stand for? Pussy, personality, and performance.
Hey, you did it better than me. Hey, there we go. Pussy, personality, and oh God, that's the new that's the new shit. Pussy,
Personality performance.
personality, and performance.
And
Nigga,
they
oh
all
God.
grading out, and they all grading out as a 0 as of now, and we know it as a
And,
race.
and the thing is, if you one of these unfortunate women who's out here who got that problem, like, because I know a few women and they work for me and they enjoy their life. And the thing is, for all y'all who ain't got nobody to claim y'all couldn't play the pussy game properly. Y'all couldn't put y'all pussy in the right place. Y'all keep trying to fit the square peg in the round hole. Like, hey, well, enjoy being marginalized on the edges. You dig what I'm saying?
And and,
I
and
think
I-
Grinch. I think Grinch is absolutely right. When you look at this stuff, especially on social media and TikTok or whatever, I think a lot of these women have no men, period, in their lives. The most vocal people, the most vocal women, they have no men in their lives. And the reason why they have no men in their lives because they have made absolutely no investment in men. Period. She 35 years old, she 40 years old, she 45 years old. When you look at a damn near a 38-year-old woman crying and hollering, screaming like her, like the world coming to an end, you can't help but think that this woman has absolutely no connection to men, period.
She destroyed men, that's why. And that's why niggas need to really understand this. You don't get you don't get to no fucking 35, 40, 45 as a woman with a whole juice box and ain't nobody wanted to come and stay and sit for a while. You just don't. It don't happen like that unless you are just outrageously out of order.
can I be black pill for a moment?
Please hurry up. Under it. Dominus.
I'm gonna be black pill for a moment. You know you suck when you can't even give your shit away. You know you suck. You know when you start to suck. You start, and this is not just picking on women, but the women, because I can say the same thing about men, but we talk about women. This is how a woman sucks, and I had to tell this to a female friend of mine when she asked me, "When do women suck in the eyes of men?" If it ain't fellatio, this is how you suck to a man. when you're so insufferable, and y'all about to do what grown folks do, and he says, "You know what?" Puts his pants back on and walks right the fuck out. You suck. When
On some
when you
serious shit.
when you can't call a guy to help you fix anything,
Yeah, you suck.
you suck.
Yeah, on God.
When you can't even when you can't even fix a plate for you, and we're not even talking about guys you sleep with for date. When you don't appreciate your father, your brothers, or your sons,
Yeah,
when
you suck.
your family don't want to visit you, you suck.
I got one tip. I got one tip. When you just forever insufferable with it, insufferable Western bitch face, and everywhere you go, you got sourdough, bitter face on your face everywhere you go. You a loser. You suck.
When they stop saying to you, you should smile, and the only thing they say, you should play defense, you suck. You really, I went to go vote the other day, and my God, Baltimore changed. Like, we used to have some very fine motherfuckers here. Now, we look like we producing backups for the Ravens.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. Baltimore got some real buffarillas, and I do remember when like that area did used to be like that.
When I was in my clubbing days, the ratio for fit girls, fine ass girls, was for every 9 you would see a big girl. Now it's like every 10, 9 of them big as shit. Like look.
Yeah, they big.
I'm telling you, you suck when you don't.
Hey, Chuck, are them boys out there looking like Deacon Jones in the face and Ray Lewis and with Terrell Suggs? When they looking like Deacon Jones, Ray Lewis, and Terrell Suggs, ain't no more hope for you, bro. You gotta get in.
Hey, them bitches looking like that nigga who was talking about swallowed. Whoever that nigga was, that preacher.
Talk about T.D. Jakes. Like when
Yeah, that nigga look like look, them hoes. A lot of them hoes look like T.D. Jakes in a red wig.
When you go from having prom Jada Pinkett, she might be batshit crazy, but that was a fine bitch when she was young.
Oh God.
We not gonna front and say she wasn't.
Yeah, she was good looking.
That's in Baltimore when I grew up. Now these
bitches chew concrete, bro.
These bitches look like
God
fight the
damn
fight.
it, Grit, what you say? Them hoes chew asphalt.
them bitches is eating the sidewalk, bro.
When you see a bitch spit a vegetable out like so fast you thought it was a gunshot going off. Like when you got one bitch built like Solomon Grande and the other one built like Gorilla Grodd, you got
cold-blooded.
This thing said Gorilla Grodd, bro.
Like you should not be 29, 35 years old, built like a supervillain.
But on some real shit, and this is the shit that niggas like. Everybody got to accept this. The men, the women, like on some real shit. I'm gonna be for real. Like if you like, look, and I'm gonna keep it as real as I can keep it. But in my opinion, from what I see out here, all over the nation, like up north, down south, west coast, midwest, etc. If you are a man and you are like, let's just say 30 plus, right? And you're dating in your pool of the same age. So like if you 45 and you dating a 45-year-old, unless that shit is magic, can't X that shit. Because right now, with how niggas is doing outside, niggas is hurt. Niggas is broke. Niggas ain't got shit. And we're all entering the age where it starts to show. Like if you haven't been on your business, if you haven't been handling yours, it'll show once you get around the right group of niggas, right? It'll show. And the thing is, there's like that group of niggas, unfortunately in this generation, the group of have-nots is way bigger than the group of haves. So to me, if you motherfucking 35, what is you doing with a bitch that's any less than 5 years younger than you? You 40, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, because the thing is, it's too much easy. It's like all you got to do is show up with your shit together. Like seriously.
Let's be real. Back in the 80s, when I was a little kid, you would see hardworking men who are mechanics, bus drivers, and their wives might have even been big girls. See, this is the problem of the modern woman's ideology.
You talking about them nice big girls though?
Which are like what? They're damn near extinct.
Yeah, they're extinct now, but you talking about back in the day? That's them nice
Yeah,
ones, the ones
yeah.
that cook, the ones that's like, you know,
Think about it.
like the legends.
We gotta go back to when chicks actually knew their limitations. They knew they had a deficit they had to overcome. So she had to be 10 times more feminine. She had to
Hmm.
be helpful. She had to
Yep.
be like a motherfucker. She had to be an asset. She could not
Yeah.
rely on beauty.
On
So
God.
nowadays, the script it didn't even flip. The motherfucker set on fire. You got the chicks who I got a bad attitude, a bad back, bad knee, and I'm a bad bitch.
Well, see, look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I, I don't even, I don't. There's some shit I'm just not dealing with, bro. It's just some shit I'm just not dealing with. But I feel and Charles, I know you can motherfucking testify to this. Like, look, and look, I know this shit could be offensive to y'all niggas, but y'all niggas gotta listen to me on this shit. Cause I recently did this shit for the last time I'm gonna do this shit, and I realized like I'm better than that. Like the thing is, when motherfuckers come to you with all types of problems and issues and all types of shit, we all men, so they're gonna expect us to fix it, right? Just like how they blaming us for like the reason why they campaign didn't go off the way they wanted it to.
Charles, what
But
did I say about women complaining?
but the thing here's the thing though. If 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 you done did what you needed to do, right? And maybe I say this from a place of comfort because I got some guarantees in the pocket. But I say it like this, like if you're coming from a place of comfort, you got enough to afford yourself even if it's just a little bit of luxury. You got your shit together, you got your game plan, you know who you are. Like the certain foundational shit when it comes to being a man to for somebody to consider you to be a grown man. Like if you got all that shit in order, most of these girls, it don't matter how old they are, they're little girls. And so the thing is, they're either going to be smart enough to acquiesce if you choose them, or if you give them attention. They're either going to be smart enough to acquiesce to your program, or there's a million and one bitches behind her waiting for the opportunity. And I'm not saying this on some cap shit. I'm saying this because I live this shit. Like I just got rid of a bitch, and I really like this bitch. She's a California bitch. I really like her. But the thing is, like, bitch, you're not cohesive with what I got going on, and the way that you interfered with my life. Like, in order for me to help you with yours, I'm gonna have to deter from my program, and I already got other bitches dependent on my program, so I
And that's
can't
a
do
no
it.
no. And that's a flat ass no no. In today's time, like maybe 10, 15 years ago, you might have went for that and said, okay, let me just
Yeah,
see.
let me chef it up. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Let me chef. Let me cook. But
Can I say
nah,
something
not
right quick?
today. Not
yeah.
today.
Zero tolerance. Zero
Yeah,
tolerance for
on God.
Hey, Charles,
You
can you play this
Hey,
video right
fellas,
here? I
it was
got this
good
off of
being with y'all
Clubhouse.
tonight. I'm about to check out. I'll see y'all later.
it's a pleasure, good dog.
As many of you know, I've been familiar with the Manosphere for over a decade and saw how it evolved. Now, in terms of Trump and the Manosphere, is it a win for the Manosphere? From their perspective, yes. And people who are circling in that orbit, yes, because they are making certain assumptions. They have some, Lou, if you would allow me, I want to send you a clip of a collage of Manosphere men saying the most extreme things about women and what they want to do to women and what they believe Trump will assist in re-ushering back into. So he wants. So yeah, I will send it because you guys need to hear it. oh my God, it's gonna drop your jaw. I'll send it to you right after I finish speaking. But these guys
Does it have Nick
literally have
Fuentes on it?
discussions. Yes. These guys literally believe that women should not be able to vote.
Yes.
We still got to pay taxes though. But like literally, we should not be able to vote. They believe they want to bring back they want to
Repeal the
bring back
19th.
the old ways.
Louis, who's that
Yes,
talking?
repeal the 19th.
Pink
They
pill.
want to be
Okay.
able to, and if a man in his own home, be able to rape his wife because there's no such thing as marital rape.
It's a lie.
Beat
That's bull.
wife
Pause
without
that
any
for a second. Pause
intervention.
that.
You know, as long as
Wait.
I guess
What
two.
the hell?
Pause that.
I look. This is why I'm always on Clubhouse. What they're trying to do now is to mix the black manosphere with the white manosphere. Pink pill is straight up lying because I got other clips where she was when she was on that whatever podcast, that white manosphere podcast.
Is that
She's
that pink
trying to
bull
merge
with
the black
lessons,
manosphere
bitch?
with the white manosphere.
Is that pink bull lessons, bitch?
No, pink pill.
She's the pink. Is that book lessons, bitch? Who got that channel?
Yeah.
No,
Crystal and Karazin.
That's Crystal. Man,
Oh, that's another
Crystal
chick.
and Karazin.
Crystal and Karazin is a different chick from that Pink Book Lessons. So that's a different person.
Oh, I was about to say, nigga,
What-
Crystal and
Grinch.
Karazin.
What Crystal and Karazin is doing, what they're doing now is trying to tarnish the black manosphere with saying whatever the white manosphere said is what the black manosphere said. What they're doing right now, tactics, is spreading a bunch of lies.
Well, let me put you on game real quick about this shit, right? Because I've been here for a minute, and I'm telling you, I done seen everything in this bitch. I done been here that long, and what I'm telling you is, especially from the likes of a Crystal and Karazin or any of the like Chrissy or anybody, like the thing that niggas need to start realizing, and we need to start stepping like it, is that the cat is out of the bag. Pandora's box got the lid blew wide the fuck off of it. The information that's out here and the proof that's out here is irrefutable and undeniable. There is nothing that they could run these little camp. Of course, what did you expect these bitches to do after they lost this fucking election? And even before then, when they lose debates and shit, they do this same thing. They gonna come out triple as hard, quadruple as hard, quintuple as hard for after this type of L. But what I'm trying to say is like, bruh, like we're in the driver's seat because I don't know what y'all see, but what I see out here amongst my people, which is coast to coast, every coast there is in this bitch, I got people. And what I see when I go visit is I see desperation. I see a more, and it's not a genuine like from the heart, like my soul has changed so I'm moving different. It's a out of necessity change. Like, damn, I don't know how fuck I'm gonna pay my rent. I really need I need to really find a relationship because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do next. That's the energy out here for real. And this is why everybody is abstaining. And what I mean by abstaining is like, niggas is still fucking bitches. We still fuck hoes. But the thing is, ain't nobody cuffing shit unless we cuffed it back when, and we still cuffing it now. Then that's the only way. And so
to that point, brother,
but
when Charles had put that information out there earlier, when Joy Reid, before the actual election had taken place, where they were seeing their numbers was dropping and they was hate watching us, right, as opposition research, she made a statement and said, it's the manosphere. And to your point of what they were saying, and you're absolutely correct, they're trying to mix us in. That's why she did that, denote the black manosphere. She missed that point. Because
no, she's going to say it. She's going to say, I ain't finished playing the whole video. And Grinch, you're absolutely right. But the thing is, with Clubhouse, there's a lot of people that's on Clubhouse that the only thing they hear about the Manosphere is through Clubhouse. They don't be on YouTube. They be strictly on this app.
But here's what I say to that, and this is why I'm not. This is why a nigga like me ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it because the thing is, you're right. There are certain people who plug into certain platforms, and that's the only platform they get the information from. Like it's a lot of people like that. But the truth is, when you look at the manosphere, in particular, the black manosphere, and you've seen some of the subject topics highlighted on CNN or any of these major networks, and I'm not exaggerating. This is like I've gotten phone calls from niggas, main big niggas in this space, like, hey, look at this shit. We just talked about this shit. Like what I'm trying to say is that the radiation from what we're doing over here, from the nuclear shit we doing over here, which is blackmail agency. Shout out, Dr. Neil. I see you on this motherfucker. But the thing is, like, when you see the radiation from that, it's not just on like them little hoes. Look, it ain't really much but hoes that clock into Clubhouse and Shade Room, and like that's just real shit. It's hoes. And the thing is, the one thing hoes got more than maybe some other bitches who are less exposed, some in the house bitches, is hoes be outside, hoes mingle, hoes hear shit, hoes spread shit. And so for a Crystalline Carrison to come there and try to spew, if she said Black Manosphere one time, she's spreading the message. She just don't know it. Because the best thing in her interest right now is to be the fuck quiet and not draw no more attention, no further attention to the place that got everybody ear right now. That would be her best bet. But she's not that smart. So of course she gonna be like, oh, these niggas and the man. Of course she gonna conflate shit. She gonna try to work her fucking witch thuggery. But the thing is, it's not gonna hit because the message is already out there.
And
yeah, because last week on Clubhouse, me and Obsidian was in a room together on Clubhouse, and we had to correct Pink Pill on her lies because she was spreading lies on the Black Manosphere.
But I want to add, but let me add to what Grinch has said. So right now, as we are having this conversation, brothers, the paradigm has shifted. That is that so Kerosene either she gonna get on board or she gonna continue to be obsolete. Right now, Kerosene is obsolete.
Oh
and
God!
The women like Kerosene are Chrissy is obsolete. Understand? The anti-black male rhetoric that these women have been propagated for 10, 15, damn, almost 20 doggone years.
Yeah, online. Yeah.
Yeah, online. They have
50 before that.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, they've been phased out. The thing now is that with this particular shift, and it's a political, and it trickles down socially and everything like that. These women are going to tamper down. The smart ones are going to tamper down, moderate, become more conciliatory and whatever, because they have no more support from the white liberal establishment. Let me tell you something. This Trump thing has rendered MSNBC, CNN are obsolete right now. NPR. So yeah, NPR did a recent thing on the Black Manosphere with some of their journalists. Obsidian did an interview with a woman from Mademoiselle magazine like 2 or 3 years ago or whatever. And just this year, just recently, some folks have picked up on it. They're trying to make sense of what's going on with men, black men in particular. And that's NPR. And NPR is a major liberal organization, organ rather, in this country. It's publicly funded and all that kind of stuff. But the point is that these women, they're in a situation now, either You change up, you switch up, or you get left behind. Now,
Yep.
for a
Exactly.
Kerosene is too old. She too old.
So she gonna stick to her old sister code. But those are the bitches who are DQ'd anyway.
Yeah. She
Like
too
that
old.
she too old. Yeah, exactly. She too old. She DQ'd anyway. And so with the fact that she DQ'd anyway, and the constituents that she fucking broadcast to, they're probably in the same boat. The thing is, like, when you look at this shit from what is she really doing? She's not doing anything. But when I see a Crystal and Kerosene even trying to spread lies or anybody else, that's promo.
That's all.
That's it.
And that's the beautiful thing, because they don't understand that they're crashing out and their meltdowns and all that kind of stuff. It just brings more attention to us. That's all that does.
Facts. And that's why like, to hear this shit, I'd be like, oh, they still ain't but we already know, like you said, like, she already aged out. Like, the thing is that shit's already a done conversation.
Cause think about this, man. Joy Reid, she done spent the last when Trump ran,
yeah,
calling him a white supremacist, calling him a Nazi, and all that kind of stuff.
Don't forget
Sonny Hostin. Listen. Sonny Hostin did the same thing, and guess what? Trump won by a landslide.
Oh, look, but they ain't learned. You know what I'm saying? They ain't learned. So they look. What we watching? Like, the best way I could put this is what we're watching is cognitive dissonance. That's what we watching. And, like, if you think somebody's own personal cognitive dissonance, even if it's narrated audibly, you think that's really going to change the mind other than the result? The result is that we live in a country where the economy requires you, if you're average, right, to have a 2-income household.
That's it.
When we're in this motherfucker, and not only does it require that of us, but, like, the lies or the propaganda is busted up by, and has been busted up for the past decade or so, by not only us, but social media outlets.
Yeah.
Like Twitter, like World Star.
Yeah.
Like, we're not, but the thing is, the beautiful thing about this whole situation is that we're righteous.
Mm-hmm.
And so, with us standing on truth, and for the truth, for us to live in an age where everybody's phone is a window to the world.
Yeah.
Bruh, like, we don't even gotta say nothing no more. We don't.
And the thing about it is that so her demographic, these women are over their heads in debt. They're over their heads in debt and student loans. These women, the ones who have houses, they're having to refinance their houses. Some of them have refinanced their houses once, twice, and all that kind of stuff. They're over their head in consumer debt, listening to this nonsense about, black girl magic and boss chick, whatever.
The feel good, the feel good, the shit that feel cuddly and snuggly to their fifis.
All the opioid stuff that they've been consuming. You understand what I'm saying?
Emotional opioids.
And they don't have anywhere to go. And people like Kerosene is still trying to hold on. They're fighting against reality. Even the white males are saying, even the white male intellectuals are talking about the white males in general and everybody else in particular, like, these guys have checked out.
Hey, Doc, let me add this shit in here real quick. And they doing this shit knowing that, and even if they don't know, every group returns to itself in times of need.
Yes.
And so this is the position that we're in. Is that, like Dr. Neil said, you're gonna go have your diehards who are gonna try because their whole name, their whole livelihood, their whole image, everything that they are is built on a fabrication which they can't bring into fruition. You feel me? Something that they don't live, or if they did live it, they lived it for a short amount of time, like kerosene.
Yeah.
My thing is, when you look at what everybody's going to do, you're going to see us return back to home base. And the thing is, because of the way that many of these women carried it, they're going to be on some shit where they're going to come back in the most, like, it's going to start off as fake humble.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you because I've seen it already.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna come off as fake humble,
Mm-hmm.
fake I'm sorry, fake apologetic, fake that.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, that fraudulence and that fictitious shit that's with that shit is gonna end, or you think it's gonna end, but it's not. It's really buried under the necessity of collaboration. Yes, of survival. It's going to be buried under that, and that's when you're going to start hearing the shit that you want to hear. And but does that mean that the actual person changed?
No,
it doesn't.
No.
So this is the part. This is the part where we hold our ground. We maintain our shit. If we've had bitches who acted right before this shit, keep them. They deserve to live. But the rest of these motherfuckers, come on now.
Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake.
Look, I like to say this shit. Let them eat fate.
Let them eat. And that's why black men, you got the whole line. You got you got to resist. All of us got it in us, right? All of us got that simp programming in us. The way we were raised. You have to resist that stuff. You have to let it go. You got to be cold-hearted. You got to be cold-blooded. You got to be like a cold-hearted, cold-blooded guerrilla pimp. That's how you got to deal with it.
But that's going to be, honestly, that's going to be black men's biggest challenge.
That's the challenge right there.
Black men, let's be real. Most black men are soft at heart, and I ain't saying that soft like weak. I'm saying like compassionate. Yeah. Like it's a strength, low key, if you think about it. Compassion, having the capacity for compassion, that's a strength.
It is.
But the thing is, like this is something that we've come to, especially under the gynocracy, we've come to let that shit define us. And I don't think compassion should define a man.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. It should be an aspect of a man, but it shouldn't define us. We shouldn't bend the knee on command. But the hardest thing about this shit is niggas who is set, right? Because I'm very cautious with my shit. I've hand selected my bitches. I'm very aware of what the fuck is going on. But because of this shit, man, I'm on some shit where it's like, look, I look at my brothers and I'd be like, I hope y'all choose wisely. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Choose wisely, because everybody don't deserve to be saved, and you ain't obligated to save everybody. The age of the compassionate, the indiscriminating compassionate black man, the black man who's gonna throw his jacket over the puddles for every bitch who's walking, the black man who's gonna bow down and bend the knee for any, like, that shit is over.
It is over, and that's why I say it's difficult because, you know, and I hate to use the analogy of a pimp, particularly a guerrilla pimp. And the only reason why I use that is because when you want to talk about somebody who's heartless and cold and callous and all that kind of stuff, I think that the guerrilla pimp kind of personifies that. You know what I'm saying? When you take away the exploitation, when you just here's the thing. When you let a woman just fucking suffer, and it's like, bitch, I ain't got nothing to do. I can't help you. That's just period. I just can't help your ass, and you on your own, and you crying, nigga. I'm gonna tell you something, nigga. If you use a real cold gorilla motherfucker, when you can look at a bitch and she crying in front of your face, and she just boo-hooing, the snot coming out her nose. and you know that you can change her life, but
And
she
you
got
just let
snot
it be.
coming out her nose. And you walk away. You told and you like, I can't do nothing for you.
Hey,
I can't.
but this is a skill they're gonna have to learn. This is a skill they have to learn.
She got snot coming out her nose like Viola Davis, goddamn it, in the movie and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Fences.
And you like, you on your own. And she begging and pleading, Nigga, she'll suck you off, she'll lick you behind, and she'll do everything that you want her to do. And you're like, nope, I ain't doing it.
Wait, hold on, Bishop Jermaine. Gorilla, look, that's not what we're saying. We're not saying, look, in order to do what we're talking about, you don't have to lay one finger on the hoe. You not one. All you just gotta do is have the discipline and the motherfucking perseverance and the dedication to look at that shit, that snot and shit that Dr. Neil talking about, and see right through that snot to your goal. That's all you gotta do.
And that's what I'm saying. When she is offering, to lick you in all kind of places and suck you off and all that kind of stuff, and you look at her and you say no.
See, look, you better than me because I'm gonna let the pain linger. I ain't gonna say no. I ain't gonna say no. What I'm gonna say is like, what I'm gonna say is maybe later. You feel me? That's what I'm gonna say.
Word, man, no is a powerful
I'm
word.
gonna have that bitch hanging on to the memory and thought of me of what I can provide and where I reside and my zip code and the whips I drive. Like I'm gonna have her hanging on for everything just in her mind, and I'm gonna be on to the next.
Now, nigga, she looking at you. She got snot coming out her nose, and she looking at you like you God Almighty.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And you say, no, I ain't doing it. Goddamn it. You got to suffer.
Look, I done put a couple hoes on test trial, right? And they all failed, right? Recently. This is recently. The last one recently failed maybe like 4 days ago, right? Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's not even like I was like trying to push them on a block, or it's not none of that. It's really on some like, bitch, what is your skill set? What type of peace do you bring? Mm-hmm. What like real shit for a real nigga who don't need nobody type shit that I'm asking. Mm-hmm. And like when the bitch failed, I was like, look, I told the other bitch who was at the house, I was like, yo, she failed. You know what the bitch said? I knew she would. That's what the bitch told me. She said, I knew she would. But I say that to say this. Like, and to quote my nigga New, we need to stop giving the benefit of the doubt and start doubting the benefit.
That's it. Doubt the benefit.
For real. Doubt the benefit.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Doubt the benefit, but like at this time, like you saw how this chick. Now, if the woman in these videos that we've seen, if this is authentic and this is real, it's like if I saw a woman like that in real life and this is who she was, I look at her like she crazy. She can cuss me out. She can cuss me out and call me all kind of names or whatever. I'm not gonna be moved at all.
Man, you're still a better man than me because I wouldn't have looked at her at all.
I'm not gonna feed into any of that kind of stuff. I probably at the end of the day walk away, but I'm like, no, you have to live in that. You are part of this, this garbage, and you have to live in it. Mm-hmm. You have to wallow in the feces and in the sewer and all that kind of stuff.
And ain't nothing wrong with that, because the truth is we not born garbage. Yeah. You have to choose to be that. You feel me?
You got to choose. That's what I'm saying. if she ain't got no, if she's over the age of 30 and she has no men in her life, she has not invested. Let me stress the word invested. She has made no investments in men whatsoever. And she's by herself. And she's still got this entitlement mentality like men owe her shit. We got to let her, we have to let her wallow in her misery.
Yeah. And I don't think that, like, the thing is, I know brothers are compassionate. And that's the only way that shit is ever going to hurt them.
Because they know who's willing. I call them volunteers, right? You know, Tennessee volunteers. I call them volunteers. And my partner, like, man, what do you volunteer? I say a volunteer. So I'll have maybe 3 chicks on the line. You know, let's use the fishing analogy. And the volunteer, I say, would be the one that's a volunteer. You know, so she wants something. So instead of her waiting and asking me for something, she's gonna volunteer. She go, hey, you want to go out to eat? I'm paying. Bam, you just got some points. All right.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, for sure.
You just might mention, hey, you know, I'm thinking about going to the beach this weekend or something. You know, that's an easy play for a woman. Yeah, take me. Ooh. She might say that the volunteer, the difference between her and the women we talking about in that situation is that volunteer gonna be like, you know what? Oh yeah, well, let's take my car. You know, I'll pay for that. You know, let's go. What do you want to do? You know, what do you want to do? Here, key. What do you want to do? Not saying, well, we're going to go to this place and this and that. Where you taking me to fuck with the child? No, what do you want to do? And that volunteer, she going to rise above. That cream going to float, man, to the top. And the rest of that shit going to fall to the bottom. As black men, we have to learn and be able to discern that immediately. You don't have a volunteer. Get rid of her, because that volunteer is going to keep you rolling.
On God. Exactly. On God. And that's the energy that niggas need to look for. That, like homie said, like, hey, that volunteer shit. Because I'm telling you right now, I make a phone call. It don't matter what bitch I call that's me, right? She gonna be like, what can I do? How can I do? Now, and this is the tiers to this shit. Because homie's talking about, I consider that a level up. Like, you talking about like a bitch who will be like initiative. You talking about initiative. Like a bitch who will like be on some shit where she see you doing something, she'll fix the rest of it or whatever. Like that's tier. But really, truthfully, all a nigga really need, a smart nigga at least, is all you really need is a bitch who's willing, right? But the bitch who will fix some other shit for you, man, look, that's a special one. But the thing is, let's be for real. These bitches ain't out here built like that. And when when you do find one or some like me, like, you keep them. And as long as you be able to do whatever the fuck it is that you got to do as your obligation as a man, or is just standing on your own too, like and make other people like, look. As long as I tell niggas all the time, whatever you can facilitate, you can keep. You can have whatever you can facilitate. If you can facilitate some shit, you can keep it. So I'm not even gonna sell niggas a dream like they gonna find a certain one who's a volunteer like this and that and be actually competent with it. But
it's in my age range and within 5, it's typically less than, I would say, 2 to 5% of potential volunteers.
Okay, yeah.
It's an
If Jesus can save, why are we fighting?
You reverbing out.
Yeah, what you said, bro?
I said, if Jesus can save, why are we fighting?
Man, you going crazy, bro. What's wrong with your shit?
You Borgin, boss. It sound like you got a reverb. He probably got to come out and come back in.
Anyway, you guys take care, man. I'm about to check out, man. I enjoyed all this, man.
Always a pleasure.
Be easy, Dot.
Yes.
All right, man. Good talking to you. Peace
You know,
out.
come back
All right,
around,
be easy.
join us for another drink and a cigar. You know,
I
Can I
sure would, man. Y'all
can I
take
finish
care, man.
playing this?
oh yeah, finish playing.
Peace out.
She's not walking around the neighborhood making him look bad because she's got bruises all over her face. How dare she? These are the things that they want because it's like this. It's like you have two athletes, and one athlete believes that the other has an advantage that they don't have. And so instead of trying to work up to getting that, whatever it is that advantage is, what that person wants everyone to do is to cut off the person's leg. I want you to cut off this person's leg at the knee so that I can win the race. This is what these guys say. It's not right these women are getting education. It's not right these women have jobs. They're competing with us. Cut off their legs so that
Wait, these are white. These are white manosphere and black manosphere, correct?
Yes, I will send you. This is what they believe, and they believe. And I honestly don't think Trump will be that person. They're delusional. It would never happen. Trust and believe there'll be blood in the streets. And I'm telling you, I have never shot a gun, but I freaking would. Like I wish a mother father would.
Who were so scared.
I'm serious. I'm like, whatever.
Stop
I
that
die,
shit,
whatever.
bro.
It'll be less wombs for you guys to try to impregnate. And that's another thing. They've literally said, we want the Handmaid's Tale to be a reality. This is what these guys, it is sick. It's sick. And they
Pink pill.
believe that Donald Trump is their best bet in seeing that ideal kind of life. Cut off her leg so that I can run faster. Fuck out of here.
No
Pink
black
pill.
man
Don't you
knows
think
there ain't
pregnant
no
and barefoot?
too. Who has watched the Handmaids? What she say? Handmaid? What?
The Handmaid's Tale.
Who has watched that as a black man? I don't even know what that is.
I only made it past one episode. That's it.
From what they saying about it, I probably couldn't either, man, because that's what they keep using as. They want this
Man,
Handmaid.
that shit ain't that bad. Look, Handmaid's Tale ain't that bad. It's just what the feminists try to do with it. Look, and this is what I gotta say, and this is what's so annoying about like this type of like the shit that she say, right? Like people will like, and look, I don't give a fuck how this shit sound. You could clip me and run it back. Look, it don't like people try to make it seem like making six figures is normal. It's just the average everyday shit. It's not. I don't give a fuck if you make 100,000 on the dot. You are doing better than most. And when I hear like this shit about cutting bitches' legs off in order for you to like, yo, there's not no bitch in the world that interferes with my business. I make well over six figures. And the thing is, it's not easy. I'm not a office exec where I sit in the office and I tell niggas what to do for me and I make that much. No, I'm a blue collar worker and I make well over six figures. Like, look, this year is going to be the first year I hit 3. And the thing is, it's like to hear somebody just speak about this shit, like everybody do it, everybody on this, or somebody trying to prevent you from doing this. When you start making numbers like this, can't nobody stop you from making numbers like this. It is you. Because whatever you're doing, more than likely, is built on you. When you start making 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, these are steps like that you're figuring for yourself because you're learning how to cut costs or whatever you're doing to run your business. Like, so when I hear this type of stupid shit, like, bruh, get the fuck out of here. Get the absolute fuck out of here. Ain't nobody worried about women making like, or anybody
They got
making a
mad.
certain amount of money.
Grinch, they got mad at Trump for saying black jobs. And now I can see where they was trying to take it. See, they propaganda, these dudes that write their scripts is so stupid. See, they could have took that and made it simple because all they do is lecture us about the jobs that black people, obviously, they say, now this is their words, don't want to do. And then they keep on telling us, well, yeah, you know, we got to bring all these immigrants and give them all this here because y'all don't want to do the damn jobs. And I'm like, you know what? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard.
That's some bullshit. They're conflating two different things. The problem with immigrants coming over here for our community, the problem is that we got a lot of low skill or no skill having black workers, right? That make up part of our population. When you have other people who will come over here and they will work for lesser wages because they can take that shit. And look, I'm a nigga who I lived in Imperial Beach before. I've been across that San Ysidro border more times than I can count. I lived in Mexico for a while. I can tell people, look, I seen them lines every day of people going over there to work, and they go over there and they get that American dollar and they come back. I'm not going to fault nobody for doing what's best for their family, but at the same time, I'm not going to pretend like the immigration crisis, right, doesn't affect black people disproportionately because many black laborers are unskilled. They don't have a skill. And so those niggas from Mexico, they're not coming over here being doctors and lawyers. They're coming over here and they're taking the jobs that black people would usually take. And that's the threat to my community that shit poses.
Well, do you remember, guys, and I'm going to ask everybody this. That's a good point, Grinch. Let me ask everybody. Like, to your point where you said with the low skill, right? And we would hate to say that because black men are skilled, right? But when we're talking about, this is their words, the low skilled jobs, which some of these jobs.
But we're not all the same. You got to understand that. We're not all the same.
Right. But that's why I'm asking. These low, do you guys remember OJT? Remember OJT?
On the job training?
Right. So although you might have a low skill worker, he's a tier 1 guy. He comes in, he can come to work on time. Okay, that's the first thing. Getting here on time, doing the job that I asked, can read and write, know what to do. All right, if I send you on this, I know you come back right. Over time, on the job training, you will learn to become that skilled worker. And what happens in most time corporate America, all you have to, I tell my youngsters this, when you go in these certain jobs, it doesn't work all the time, especially black men. We have to fight harder than everyone, but just stay there. And guess what happens? Just the fact that you're there, when they fire everyone else and you're still there, who gets the promotion 9 times out of 10?
No, I know what you're saying, but the thing is, here's the problem that I got with what you're saying, which is why, honestly, look, it's gonna be a long-winded answer, but I'm gonna answer. The problem I got with what you're saying is that, like, you even acknowledged it in what you said. Like, you was like, I ain't saying everybody, and you was like, I ain't saying like we don't know how it is for us.
Right.
My whole thing is that's my major point. I've did a lot of things in my life. I was a financial analyst at one point. I was in the military at one point. I've did a lot of different things. And I ended up on the shit that I'm on now, which is trucking. Right. I'm a CDL, Class A driver, owner operator, do my own shit.
Salute, bro.
But appreciate you. But I look at some of this shit because I know it's more lanes than this out here to do this. But like, and what I mean this is like to have your own. And the truth is, it's hard. It's hard to run a business. I'm not gonna lie, this shit ain't for everybody. It's hard. Like, you gotta, like, you really like you gonna have your ups and your downs. Like, it just is what it is. Like, but at the end of the day, like, it don't matter what nobody say. I made more than whatever I made working for somebody else. And I think that black Americans are in the position where,
like we need to start like exploring these options. And it don't matter, it don't gotta be trucking, it could be whatever, but some shit on your own where people appreciate you enough to spend with you. Like it gotta be some shit like that. Because if it's not, then you're gonna end up being subjugated by something or an entity, a business entity that don't give a fuck about you or that sees you as disposable. And so when I start talking about this type of shit, I say this shit because like when you say like, oh well, niggas, niggas could like we know how it is for niggas. When you say some shit like that, my thing is like America for us, we should look at this different. Like I think a lot of times like black Americans look at this shit like we should have or we should get the financing and the funding and the government subsidies and all this shit that other groups get. And the thing is, you have to understand that the beast is against you. The beast is against you. You're a part of the beast because you built the beast. Your ancestors built the beast through all the agriculture and slave labor, through being able to, being able to trade with certain foreign nations. And look, your ancestors built the beast, but your ancestors were some formidable motherfuckers.
And part of that job thing, what you're saying, right? When I was in corporate, brother, and I was speaking on it, and just like you said, yeah, we took that lease, right? We know it's harder for us, right? Regardless. When I left, okay, and I was doing pretty good at the time. When I left, right, I got my severance, but it could have been a lot better. But at the end of the day, when I started working, doing other things, I went back to the agriculture. And that's why I've got this video playing here now. You spoke of that, AL. This is our property out here in Hearn. And we got about 100 acres that we got here, right? So we got
Hearn where?
Hearn, Texas.
Okay. I live in Dallas.
Okay, so this is basically about maybe about 15, 20 miles north of College Station area, Bryan and all that. And there's a group of black brothers on Old Hearn Road that got spread. Some of them got about 200, 300 acres. Some of them got 50. And when I went to talk to them, because we were looking for hay, it was a drought in Texas when we had the wildfires. And we had to go get hay from different areas. And we got one guy, and we talked with him down the street. He sold us hay off his land. So instead of us going, let's say, to the feed house and going buy the hay, or go to the white guy who's at Circle K that's got 10,000 acres out there, we went out and shot with him, and he explained to us, and he let us use their bull, and we would trade bulls with him. And he explained how they took his land and his family's land from years ago. And he explained how they had to go back because they had burnt up all the records. When they did give him his land, they had to go back so hard with the state and the county to get that land back. And he said, brother, I see y'all out here doing it. Y'all finna go buy, because we was asking, where could we get some hay? He said, man, y'all can come over here and buy. I think a bale of hay at that time was probably about $120. Normally it's about $50, but the drought had made it to $120. So if you didn't have hay to feed your cows, you didn't have no grass, you was finna, you finna lose weight on your cows. They may die, get sick. He actually allowed us to come in and buy his hay. On top of his cows, he already got a feed, allowed us to be able to buy it at about $65, I think, per bale, which he could have easily got 120 off of, but he wanted to see young ranchers get in.
Yeah, you want to see y'all succeed.
Yeah, that made more money in the terms, and then he explained to me how the white guys do it. He said a lot of these white people that's got these ranches that's bigger than us, he said, man, they kids ain't no smarter than us. He said a lot of them is just as dumb as a box of rocks, but they daddy got this land, and all they had to learn was how to feed the cows, put them inside of a trailer, and take them to the sale. And that was all they learned, because they had the damn land. They didn't need all these high-priced
power in numbers.
Yeah, man. You feel me? And that's why I say brothers have to get back to. I know it's a lot of they say, oh,
No,
we got.
but you got to. You right. You right.
We're not picking cotton. A lot of people wouldn't want to go out there and deal with some funky cows, man. The cows dangerous. They bring your ass over. People were scared to go out there to the land. We have all kind of people that I bring out there, and they're like, well, man, I wouldn't be messing with no cows. It's a whole bunch of cow patties, and you got to deal with.
Hey, that's my next move, bro. Like I ain't even gonna lie. Hey, what's your look? Hit me up. Man, matter of fact, because we out here in the same area.
In the back, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna put my email in the back. Look,
if you
I'm out here. I'm in Dallas, bro.
It's land up there, and in Texas, when you sell a cow or any livestock animal, but the cows is the biggest per poundage. When you sell a livestock animal in Texas, there are no taxes on the sale of that. Not only that land that you have, that the taxes on that land going to be reduced significantly if you sell one livestock animal a year, plus all your feed, your gas, everything that goes along with that can be written off totally in Texas. That's a law. They cannot charge you taxes on that, and that's how a lot of brothers got ahead. And we have.
Hey, you gonna have to put me on game with that.
No, I got you, bro. My father.
Game. That's why. Look. My email in the back. No bullshit. Look, I stay in Dallas. You want to chop it up about this shit? Like, cause I want to chop it up about this shit. Like, look, because I'm about to make another move, right? Like, I bought in the burb out there, but I'm about to move out for some land. And I was just talking about this shit. I swear to God, I was just talking about this shit. Like, talking about animals and the taxes and all that shit that come with it. Like, I was just having this conversation, bro. Look, hit me in the email. I'm gonna send you my number. Man, we gonna get up, cause look, this is how niggas get educated and niggas do what they need to do in this bitch.
And you know what also they do here in Texas, especially in North Texas, East Texas, they have, if you own a certain amount of land as a landowner, specifically brothers, we have such a problem with the hogs here, right? There's a hog. The hog is like they like.
That's what I'm about to get into. I'm about to start becoming a hog hunter.
Hey, look,
I already researched it. I already researched how much it costs to get those portable drop fences. I'm gonna give me a bunch of corn. I'm gonna go buy me two more 22 to back up my pistol grip pump shotgun, and I'm gonna get out there and I'm finna go holler at some of these old white boys that got that problem out there in Georgia.
Hey, guess what, man? And
wait a minute. You telling me I can make some fresh ribs?
Listen, you can, based on the amount of land that you own in your county, you can go down to the county assessor to go to the office, and you can get tags. They give service based on your shit. You get 100 tags, and every time you turn in a tag, I think at that time it was like 80, but I think it's like $120 a head. So every time you shoot one, you can bring them in. It could be on somebody else's property. It ain't got to be on yours. Everyone you bring in, you tag them, you get $120. It may be even more now. Makes we inflate.
Talking about wild boards.
Yeah. Wild.
I'm gonna have it. Look, cause I need to know a lot more than what I'm letting on this stream. I need to know like where, because like I got certain shit situated. I'm kind of sold up in Dallas. Like I know people. I'm good with people. It's money. But the thing is, like, I'm trying to see like what I could do, because I'm trying to debate whether I should sell what I got right now and then flip it up to some bigger shit because I got equity, or if I should just hold this shit and buy the other shit. And so that's really my dilemma on some real shit.
The thing about the land, remember, you still got water underneath that land, and down there in Hearn, right there, on Old Hearn Road, AL, it's oil underneath that ground. You got ranch.
Well, I'm in Kaufman.
Oh, you ain't nowhere.
I'm in Kaufman.
I know what Kaufman is.
You know what that's at?
Yeah. Man, this is my state, man. Born and raised to the day
Oh
I
yeah.
die.
I forget. Yeah.
Every fucking sweat into this bitch. I done roamed once or twice,
So
highways or not.
yeah. So yeah. I'm in Kaufman. Yeah.
Say, I was meaning to get up with you, man. Anytime you go make it through this Central Texas area and you need anything done on the cooler, well, now holler at me, man. I got some free time, man. And I work for
Wait. Anything?
anything.
So wait a minute.
Bet. Hit my email too, my nigga.
So wait a
It's
minute.
in the back.
I'm gonna grab it before we get off the truck.
All right, for sure.
So you telling me I can go down to fucking Texas, take my damn ARs, and have at thee with some damn hogs,
and make you some good old
this
money.
is Texas.
They got helicopter service. That's all they do. My homeboy,
that's cheap. That's cheap.
It
That's
is, right?
cheap. That's cheap. You know it's cheap.
not only can I get paid to do it, but I can also get some fresh ribs.
Man, but
sausage.
yeah, but if you can deal with the thing with that wild boy is, man, it's good eating. But if you can get past that wine, because you gonna have that wine, because that's that net, man. They eat just. It ain't like going to the meat market and grabbing you a cut up hog. You already been processed. It's gonna have that wang on it. If you can get past that wang, it's some good meat.
You know how we do it with the wang though? If it's a female, we cut out the glands. Right soon as you kill it, cut out the glands. Don't bust the gallbladder. Cut all the guts out. If it's warm outside, you gotta keep you about 2 or 3 bags, 20-pound bag of ice. You know, these be 350, 400-pound hog. You stick them in there, you wash them out, always keep your water and vinegar that down, spray some vinegar on them, and get them glands. As soon as you kill them, get them glands out of them. And you get that out of there, shit, man. Then you come back and then you soak that meat in that vinegar. Then when you go back to make your sausage and then you get your ribs, it's still kind of gamey, like you say, hey, you know what time it is. But it's better. Like a person who ain't used to gaming meat can eat it. And once you make it into the sausage, we just chop everything in them sausages. Man, we be selling them sausages, man, $20 a bag. People buying that all day.
Shadow, I got a confession.
Y'all gotta peep me on because y'all talking this shit. Y'all gotta peep me on this shit because I live here. Y'all gotta peep me on this shit. Y'all know I'm from DC, man. Like y'all gotta peep me on this shit.
No, you know
we gonna lace you up, but look, I got a confession to make, Shadow. The only gaming meat I like is deer. For real, I really don't even fuck with that hog. I want to go kill them and make some money off of them. But as far as eating that wild hog, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's a selected taste, man. And you're right. You know, it's not the best. And the deer meat, the game, we ain't got to do nothing to deer meat. I mean, I'll put a little fat in there. I might get some goat fat or something to make because it's real lean when I make my sausage. But the game of the deer meat, man, it's great because their diet is way better than the average hog. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna give you a secret. Get you some Owens hot sausage and cut that venison with that. And cut it with that, mix it with that. Man, you ain't gonna taste nothing, but it's gonna taste good. I promise.
What kind of sausage you said?
The Owens hot sausage. You know the Owens breakfast sausage. You cut it with that because you know you got to put some fat in it. So that's the trick we be doing. We get that Owens sausage. We get that big old long log, not the short one, the big long one, and we throw it all in there with it and mix it up.
That make me hungry.
Hey, that's a good play. That was a good play right there. I'm gonna have to check that out. That's a good idea.
Yeah, for real. Just season that sauce, that sausage. Yeah, y'all got me disrespected. Season that sausage the way you want to.
Sausage.
Yeah, that sausage. No, it ain't sauce, it's sausage. You got to season that sausage just right. And then down and get your hands in there real good and mix it all up with that venison and pack it up. You get some good venison burgers too, boy. I'm talking about nice, real nice.
Hey, if you heard us talking now, she would say we talking about slave work now. This is slave work.
Yeah. That's that how you back in the day you take it to your damn grandmother, one of your aunts. And they had that shit seasoned like a motherfucker.
I don't need no woman to season my meat, because if you know anything, why you think half these black men been dying like it is anyway, letting them season your food. They season you in the heart attack mode and stroke mode. I season my own goddamn meat.
Look, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a city nigga, so look, all this other shit, I'm just getting into it because I'm out here, you feel me? But I don't be cooking shit, nigga. I don't cook shit. You feel me? I cook fish, nigga. I eat fish.
Hey, look here, you good to go, man, because I'm telling you, I'm gonna give you a perfect example, man. That's how brothers we talking about it. We talking about agriculture. I had a guy that's landlocked. We was talking about Oklahoma the other night. Don't ever eat no shrimp up there, no lobsters. But look,
man, hell no.
Only place you better be eating some goddamn seafood is like Baltimore. You better.
Yeah, Baltimore, Jersey. You can do it in Jersey. You can do it in. You can do it. Yeah, Louisiana. You can do it. You can do it in Florida.
Look, guess what, man? We went out there with some cast nets just messing around right over here off of the jetty. And it was a gang of shrimp. So we just catching them. We had a big old cooler. And I showed my partner from Oklahoma that, right? And he said, dude, can you get me those jumbos and bring them up here? I'm like, well, yeah, man, but that's a long way, man. Here, Oklahoma, you know what I'm saying? I know that's kind of north of Dallas, but, you know, shit, Oklahoma, I think.
Man, that's like 4 hours north of that shit.
Hey, but look, when he told me the price of fresh shrimp, jumbo Gulf shrimp up there in Oklahoma, he said, man, if you can get it to me on ice in a day, he said, man, dude, I got 3 restaurants right now. I pay heavy dollar for that shit right now. Like, you know, so it's the fish, all that stuff.
Don't tell me that shit, because me and my girl, we make a trip up to Oklahoma at least 2-3 times a week, man. I'm talking about regular, like, so. Yeah, don't mess with me with that. I
man, don't fuck with me with that. My bitch from New Orleans. That bitch will scoop all that shit up.
I will go get them hands, throw their nets, and throw me back 5 or 6 times at this, see all I can catch and bring that shit in for real. I'll take
if you're a pescatarian, that's what you like. You know, you can go out there. My partner, that's all he do. He do that. And he got a beach house out here, and he got crabs traps just set up behind his house, literally in the slough, and then in the bay, in Galveston Bay, he got about 10 traps that he go and do. Game warden them don't mess with him. They don't mess with him. You know, if you get caught with a whole bunch of baby crabs on there and the females, now they get on your head. But man, they don't mess with them. Them people go out there, they get as many crabs they want. They selling the crab, they giving them away. It's so much, you know, there. And we have been, and one thing about what I like about Texas, brother, and a lot of people, you get on Texas ass because a lot of people up north and shit, they see folks riding horses and they're like, oh, you know, they're just some country niggas, you know, riding horses and all that, you know.
Man, Texas is rich, bro.
Yeah, I tell people, I said, man, look, that right there is what we have lost on. What we failed to realize, as a lot of our ancestors did, like Charles was saying, when you had that old schools, you know, Pawpaw had the smokehouse. You know what I'm saying? And you could, you know, he built the smokehouse. So we killed our own food. We smoked it. We kept it. We didn't have refrigeration back then. A lot of people didn't have refrigeration. And, you know, we was salted up. We kept it right. You know, and we had, you know, some people kept hogs. Some people kept, you know, goats. Some people had cows if you had a lot of money. What they have done is once those people died out, they convinced us that shit is country, knowing how to ride a horse, knowing husbandry, knowing farming, knowing ranching. They bred that out of a lot of us in Mississippi, right? They pushed us once the white people left, once civil rights came and they left the towns and they let Negroes take over everything. Brothers that were staying out in the country when they could have been having land and doing, certain brothers would, but most of them would. They're not pinning a place up, putting no animals there. They're not farming it out. Maybe a couple gardens here and there, not farming it out. What I noticed when I came to Texas was the complete opposite. A lot of the brothers that was down here that got land, they became ranchers. They ride horses. You know what I'm saying? They actually selling their horses. They are part of the economy. They kept that part. So even if their kids is snot-nosed, don't want to go to the country, don't want to learn what Paw been let down for us, they still benefit off that. And a lot of them, the trail riding community is so big here. You know, the cowboys and the trail ride, it's mostly all black people. And people that come up from us like, man, I ain't never noticed that many black people.
You got into it yet since you've been down here? You done been to use some trail rides?
Oh yeah, man, them trail riders, man, down here on the north side, man, them boys that come from Louisiana, the Texas boys. Shit, man, I go that, man. You want to get some real, and it's not some white folks that was the first thing I ever seen. That's what the first time I seen a square dance and a line dance where black people was doing it.
What? We do that all the time. What are you talking about? We get on them ATVs, on them horses, and
that nigga AL different, bro. That nigga AL different, bro. But look,
but no, but this the funny thing.
I gotta say this shit though. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like when it come down to this shit, like to this, like thugging it out in the wilderness shit, like how y'all niggas do. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a stranger to that. But
how?
But I'ma tell you how. Like, it's a nigga from Chicago. Me and this nigga, we like brothers. And this nigga from a whole different side of the street than me. This nigga's a GD nigga from Chicago. And this nigga was like on some shit where he was like telling me about this shit. The same shit that both y'all niggas been talking about. Look, right now, this nigga's told me, I swear to God, this nigga said this. This nigga said, he was like, bruh, don't get fucking bamboozled by the media. He was like, man, you could go buy this. It was some shit I was showing him. He was like, you could go buy this. It was a motherfucking loft, right? It was a loft in a city that don't really have lofts, right? It was in Florida. And then he was like, man, you could go buy this. You could go do this. He was like, or you could actually accumulate wealth, like through your property holdings. And he started talking about some of the shit that y'all talking about now.
Yeah, man, when you can sell water, even the hay, like right now, we're not in drought. Well, we just got some rain, but like, just think about it. You got 100 acres. You let that grass. We got good coastal out here.
Man, this nigga went and bought half that, right? This nigga from Chicago, he went, and that's a city nigga like me. He went and bought 40 acres.
Okay.
Right? He went and bought himself 40 acres, but he bought it in Nevada. Right? He bought that shit over there.
So it's the desert, right? It was desert.
It was like I seen it. It's desert, but it got like some shit going on underneath it. Like, it's desert for sure. Like, when I seen it, it was desert, but he had to show me like the other shit that's going on. Like, he wouldn't pay some people like I want to say he paid these people like $7,000 or $8,000 or some shit to come out there and test the land about some other shit. And he was like, I don't know. That nigga seemed mad convinced of what he's doing.
Well, when you get water on the back, if you just get good spring water, and our aquifer in Texas is so damn big. What's his name? T. Higgins. I forgot his name. He actually bought a lot of that stuff. When you got an aquifer underneath your land, you can pump the water. I see Nestle. Nestle is up and down the roads.
You talking about natural land, like natural water?
Yeah, and you talk about T. Boone Pickens out of Oklahoma, who he got property in Texas, but been buying up all the water rights from Colorado all the way down here to the bottom. That motherfucker
aquifer. He's sitting on that big. I think it's the biggest aquifer in America underneath Texas. He's sitting on that aquifer, and that's what they put them damn in Central Texas and in Hill Country. They put a lot of and I think some in the West too. If he put a lot of those wind turbines out there on his land, but he's got those underneath that land. The aquifer is so big. That's why he wants them water rights, because Nestle is up and down with him. And we got a couple of brothers that was explaining that Nestle thing to me, and I seen they trucks out there, and I was like, oh, it's potable water trucks, and they coming down there, and I was like, man, in Hearn, buying water, so you can sell your hay off the land, right? Every time you got to cut the grass, you can sell the grass. You got water underneath your ground, you can sell the water. You bring out, like you saying about your man, they come out there and they inspect your land, and you get the surveyors. You can even, don't bring Shell or nobody out there to tap your land. Bring you a good, a contractor person that's got your interest in mind. Shoot down there, see if you got some oil. Okay, now you got oil, you got water, you got your land rights, your minimal rights, you got animal rights on top of there. Hey, that's what men need to think about, because that's why.
Nah, it makes sense. It makes sense when you break it down, because my nigga definitely was telling me, he was like, because I went to go try to get this, it's not an apartment, it's a loft. I tried to get that shit in a place that they don't do lofts at. That's why I tried to do that. And that nigga was like, man, why are you doing that when you could fucking make this money and da da da. And he talking about this shit that y'all talking about. Like, I see it now.
I mean, think about it. If they was to go, and I tell these people when they talk about reparations, and I'm not against cash payments, but if we just look at inflation, let's say they did do it. Let's say, come out, so I'm gonna give you a cash payment. I'm gonna give, $8. Let's say she did. We know she would never do it, but let's just say, in an alternate reality, she said, "Well, I'm gonna give everybody $150,000 to do whatever the cash payment. Now, nothing else involved, not tax forgiveness, not land." So if they destroy the economy right when they give us the money, which ain't worth a damn, by the time they get through taxing us to hell, we ain't gonna be able to do nothing with it. Now, if they say, well, we'll give you some land, or they'll give you first pickings, or give you a tax break on the land, and or give you some land based on the reparations. Now look at that. So most people say, well, I want the 150,000, I want the 300,000. If they're gonna give you 20 acres of land or $300,000, you'll have a lot of fools go ahead and take that $300,000. But the smart thinking black man gonna say, well, they're gonna give me either 300,000 or 50 or 100 acres. I'm gonna take that 100 acres or that 50 acres off the muscle. Because
but so would I, because I'm not cash, lacking. You get me?
It makes sense.
Of course you want the asset. You want the asset.
Right? You would take that asset even then, and you could still, that is an asset, it's in your name, you got the deeds. You could go and get a loan just based on your land. You feel what I'm saying? So you could get some money if you
have a house.
Yeah, when you put a house on the land, it increases the value.
I'm saying, but it's it's the same thing as a house. Like, you own a house, because I own houses, so it's the same thing. Like, you own it, you borrow against it, type shit.
Right, but you don't want to go into a predatory loan situation, nothing like that. But yeah, but imagine a house.
How would they get you into that shit if you didn't agree to it?
Well, yeah, a lot of people can't read, right? So a lot of people ain't really paying attention to this shit. They so happy to get like, oh yeah, sign it there. But really, you got to really look at it, because the interest rates may be variable. You have all these different type of things. You don't want to put your family home or your asset in danger of being able to be taken based on no interest payments, or based on taxes that you couldn't resolve. So
that's I ain't gonna lie to you. That type of shit, I get what you mean, because that's real. But that's a nigga with kids concern,
Yeah, that's what I mean by with the taxes. As long as you don't, the idea of it is this, and even with kids, let's just say this. So you can go right down the street here, is Incline over here where Simone Biles is from, right down the street from where I live. And those houses on average are about 350,000. You got some nice ones that are about a good 700,000. These nice houses, right? And now, let's say you were to take let's say they gave you $300,000 and you bought that house. Okay, now you're in a big time school district. You got kids. Your tax is gonna be high because your kids go to the schools. So you're gonna pay the school tax. You can't file homestead. Now, if you took that same $300,000, went out to, let's say, Dieball, or not Dieball, but Dobbins, which is out here past Magnolia, where the white folks then took a basically nothing, sticks town that been burnt down twice and made it into like a whole, that area now is a whole booming area. So right outside of it, you might be able to get a spread of about 50 acres for about, let's say, $175,000, maybe $200,000. You can get a spread about 50 acres. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you this, and don't ask no questions. Don't grill me about this. What if you don't gotta pay property taxes?
The property taxes, the only way you wouldn't be able to have to pay all the property taxes if you stay in the jurisdiction, let's say in Klein, like I was saying, with Simone Biles, from where the price is high.
I'm saying there's something that you got that make you not be able to, like, you don't have to pay no property taxes.
So you cattle, so you 1 or 2 heads of cattle on there, 1 or 2 goats on there, and guess what? It just became agriculture, and you ain't paying no taxes.
Right.
So does that mean I profit from that?
Yeah, as long as you can show you feeding your animal and you watering your animal and you stalling them, shit, yeah, you good. Cause that's what I was trying to get my dumb ass half brother and sister to do. They tell, man, let's sell daddy's land. I'm like, no, I'm thinking about wanting to go stay there. Why you want to do that? Cause I'm thinking about putting a goat or cow on there, and then we ain't gotta pay no property taxes. Cause my sister kept going, the property taxes is killing me. It's killing me. Cause I'm like, man, just throw an animal or 2 on there. And you
No. Y'all got to listen to me. What I'm saying is, if I don't have to pay property taxes anyway, and I get
you're a former veteran, right? You served in the military, so yeah, you can be doubly good.
Yeah, now you double, and then anything that you sell, remember, it's in Texas. So if you sell a cow, a livestock animal, you get the property tax exemption there. Then you also getting your GI tax exemption. Then now you also, when you sell that cow, let's say you sold it, a calf, right? And you sold it, let's say, depending on the beef prices, you can get anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000 for the calf, depending on the weight. So when you sell it, you get that $3,000. The state of Texas does not charge you taxes. If that's what your cow sold for $3,000, AL, what you gonna get when they run that check?
Shit, that $3,000.
A straight 3 will not be taxed. It's illegal to tax it in Texas. It's illegal. They can't even do it to
Real talk. If I was you, I just set up my base of operations, my base home in Texas. And if you just wanted to move around and do what you want to do, and you know how you like to travel and get out and see shit, yeah, cool, do that. But man,
I just bought that other shit, bro.
If I was you, I would never. If I was you, I'd never come out of the state of Texas and I keep cleaning up, because this is one state that do not pay no fucking state taxes. Are you paying income tax here? You get it. And then you are ex-military, bro. You ain't got to really pay shit. Charles, you need to bring your ass down here too. Quit fucking around back up east, bro. For real, I'm telling you.
I don't know what that nigga. That nigga must love Baltimore. On God.
He got to. Ain't no way. I would have been gone from that motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
And I tell people this all the time. When you having that kind of money and you putting stuff down like that, once you come down and get your homestead set up down here for, absolutely nothing compared to if you try to do that, let's say in Maryland or whatever, you can still come back up there. You got your house. You gonna have so much money. You got your house in Maryland. You come up there whenever you get ready. But you got the homestead. You got the Ponderosa. You know what I'm saying? We got grass coming off there. We got water coming off there. You get the right spot, might get you some oil. All right, you get you some damn cows. You selling. You gonna make money off that. You go back to Baltimore whenever you get ready. We need brothers to get land. It's like a lot of land where we can afford to buy it. And the fact that Texas is so gigantic and there are places that are still highly undeveloped. Hell, they were selling, I'm going to give y'all a good example. They were selling, I think it was 10 acres in the Davy Crockett Forest that's preserved. They were selling 10 acres, underground water, underground sewer, underground electricity with lake access on the properties of all the place for $70,000 for like 7 acres at average $10,000 an acre. That is insane. Do you know how much you would have to pay to get a piece of land anywhere else besides Texas? 7 acres with water rights.
I know, because I've looked.
And you know how much that would cost. So just the fact of that. Now that's in the forest, in a natural reserve. You can go right out here to places in the central Texas hill country, and they starting to become more unaffordable because Brenham alone, Brenham has become. I seen a 2 acre spread. Guy, I talked to him, who was out there doing some work. He had built a barn dominium on it, and anybody knows what a barn dominium is.
I know what a barn dominium is.
Right. He built the barn dominium. He drives trucks. He's a transport guy too. He drives trucks. We came out there to help him out and wax his truck. We used to do truck detailing. And it's big hills everywhere, red dirt, man, big hills. And the guy beside him, he had a smaller property. We went over there and talked to him as we was, finishing letting the truck dry. And I said, man, how much did you pay for your land? He said he paid $500,000, bro, for like 2-3 acres. I'm like, my God.
What the fuck?
In Brenham, because it's all down up in there.
Does he have a house built on it?
He had, man, a little tiny little, like a Jim Walter home, little old Jim Walter put up on there. He was doing pretty good. He had his money, something. He was ex-military. He had his retirement, so he was kind of cool with it, but he had bought it. And I was like, man, that's so hot. Now you go up there past Navasota. You going up there in the Hearn and places back off in there. Man, you can get some land for the low. You ain't finna pay no $300,000, man, $500,000, man, hell no. Nah. You can get you some acres, man, for $10,000 to $20,000 an acre, sometimes even less, depending on where you at.
Wait,
you don't have
wait, hold on. I gotta, hold on. Let me answer this door. Hold on.
You damn sure wouldn't be spending almost $350,000 to $400,000 for 2 acres. But you drive right on up the road a little bit. You ain't even in Waco yet. You're right past Navasota College Station right there. Okay, so you ain't too far. You got Austin, not too far. We can shoot over to Austin right there. Hell.
Shadow. When's the last time you've been in the Central Texas area? Close to Fort Hood.
I went out there with my cousin, man. He got a house out there. He bought when he got out the service.
Hey, look, I'm gonna have to go, but look, I fuck with y'all. Hit me in the email. My email in the back.
Yeah, I got both of y'all emails.
Look, hit me in the email, but I gotta answer this shit. So look, hit me in the email, man. I fuck with y'all. Be easy.
Salute, bro.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Shadow, real talk. I need to catch up with you too, fam. I mean, shit, I'm just trying to pick up some extra odds and end work. If you got anything in mind, whether I travel, whether I ain't tripping. I work for cheap.
Yeah, right now, that gas coming down, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You seen that shit, huh? Too. Right after the election, they got back down to normal people prices. They say, "Oh yeah, Trump, man. We can't keep doing that bullshit." See, they were like,
"Go down more." It's going
like Biden was letting us fuck over everybody. We can't keep fucking over everybody now that he president, because he gonna come in and look at what the fuck you been doing with these people gas prices. Shit, Trump will put in this shit.
We was under 50% at the strategic reserve. We've been pumping it out to get 10 cents off gas price. We not even supposed to be messing with strategic reserve. We need that just in case a war might pop off. We need to have some gas.
Yep.
When we fill that back up, because it's supposed to be never go under 75%. That we've never emptied it to this point before, because it takes a long time to fill it back up. When we fill it back up, we let them leases back out. And I got a bet at the barbershop right now. For $200, they bet me that when Trump got back in office, the gas prices would not go down. Look at what you just said. This man ain't even in there, and it's already going back down.
They know he's coming to the White House with a big ass belt, and a lot of motherfuckers don't want to get that whooping, but they go get that whooping from Papa. Papa, he gonna put that whooping on their head.
Yeah, bro. Look, just the transport alone. bro, just now, that this is a little piece. But like you saying, bro, I got hot shot jobs. You got a truck. I got local routes. I got all these different type of people that need actual movement. I got guys that need pallets. You feel me? That do warehouse work, and they need pallets coming from A, B to Z. You feel what I'm saying? I got a couple of other ones that's from box truckloads all the way down to sprint vans that's guaranteed money. And the more that gas price go down, the more that I can get more jobs. Like I know the brokers, you know what I'm saying? I know the people that run these businesses. If you got a truck and you can move, hot shot or otherwise, even a big rig, I got local routes on that for pipe. I mean, you know, I got some port dudes down over at Port of Houston. All you need is your TWIC card and your hazmat. I got local loads for that too. And some of them is just like New Orleans road. You can go straight from Houston to Beaumont, then to New Orleans and come back. You know, maybe about 5-6 hours, but it's good money every day.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get up with y'all on that, man. But look, it's getting late for all of us. We need to go on and get us some shut up, man. It's been real. I'm going and write all these emails down. I know I got Chucks and I got Grinches, but I think I got an old one. That's why when I seen this one, I'm like, he done changed it up. So yeah, I'm gonna write you.
Before you leave out, man, put your email in or hit mine. I put mine in the back, man. Yeah, man, I'll let you know. Or I'll put you in contact.
I'm gonna throw mine in here right now before you leave. Let me jump back here right quick.
All right.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay.
I got some brokers, man. You know, you got a truck, man. That's the thing, bro. You know, and it's cool because brother just said was talking about that Grinch say he do transport, and see how that works. Instead of me contracting someone else, and that's why I can't stand people say black jobs, because what is a black job? And Charles, you said it perfectly, and you said a black job is a job that that's a black man got, and a job that he's capable of doing. And that's like probably the best definition I could ever have given. You feel me? Because as a person would take that as a racist way when he's saying it, maybe he was being racist, but what was the language? Said, well, these people are taking black jobs. Oh, what is a black job? You hear a lot of people, man, Charles put it eloquently and straight to the point. A black job is any job that a black man currently holds or is capable of doing.
You know, I want to say something about that real quick because I've been giving everybody that space. And this, believe it or not, I got to congratulate you, Dr. Neil, Shatterstar, Lewis, Bay, and, AL, Grinch. Y'all made this a fire stream. I actually made it a fire.
It's in the back chat.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to say this. This lets you know that a lot of people in Black America are stupid as hell. A black job is any goddamn job a black person can get a hold of. I've said that for months, haven't I?
Yep.
How the fuck can you get a black job when you got to compete with more people? 50 million people you let into this country, right? For 4 years. Black people are what? 42 million? You just increased the fucking challenge.
I mean, heavily, because we're not just even going against them. You know, we are going against all the other people that are in that range, as well as the immigrants that they just brought in. We were already having a problem before we brought in 20 million people. So what is it going to make our prospects look like after you bring in the 20 million? It's going to make it look better for us or worse?
Mm-hmm. This is ridiculous.
Did they get mad at you when you explained what a black job was to them, or could they finally understand it?
Some people understood it, but the majority was like, "Oh, that's so racist." He didn't say cotton fields, motherfucker. He just said black jobs.
Right. I was talking to the OG man staff, and he was like, "Man, did you hear Trump say that?" And I was like, yeah. He said, black jobs. I said, yeah. He said, black jobs. I guess he was waiting for me to jump on the talking points. I'm like, I know you've been watching MSNBC, but what you got to say? And he just said, yeah, man, a black job. Well, he need to be talking about a black job because a black job is what he want. And that's what Obama had. Ha, ha, ha. I said, oh, okay. That's the joke that D.L. Hughley said the other night on the thing. Okay. A black job, brother. I told him exactly what you said. I said, man, a black job is a job that any black man is currently working that has been released or otherwise could been priced out of the job, or a job that a potential black man could have done that had been taken from a person that would actually do a lower amount on that job and could be easily manipulated because they just want to get in. If the people, pick them up at Home Depot and they don't do right, they could get mad and drive them over there to INS or call the people on them or something. They're not going to make a fuss. They're going to take whatever them folks going to give them and then go on the way. They can't play us like that, Charles. They can't play us like that. You're going to pay us right.
Telling me being a truck driver is not a black job.
Right.
Being a cop, a doctor, a lawyer,
black job,
HVAC, computer analyst, cybersecurity, engineer. You black people hold those positions.
So the hell do, but because they heard the word black from a white man, they felt some type of prejudice or racism come down their spinal cord. He just told the truth. These are jobs we've always had, but because he stuck a funky label that because he said it, you don't like it. But it's still the truth.
Yeah, brother. And who do we get to push back? I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I was over here at one of these hotels that my partner, he was staying at, he was out of town, he was coming through. And he was like, man, I got a problem with my internet, bro. This hotel internet is garbage, man. Boo, boo, boo. So I said, okay. So I went down to the lobby. There's Indians running some Patels, right? They run all the shops over here, the inns. And so I go out there. I say, hey, man, y'all got problems with y'all internet over here because on the backside of y'all property, people can't get the internet. Y'all, need some help with that. I can do it. So the lady was like, she was surprised, the young Indian girl. She's like, oh, let me go and get my mama. You know what I'm saying? So she's on the way, go back in the back, go get the Indian mama, right? They all stay in the hotel. They call them, the white people call them curry hotels because the Indians stay in the hotels and they cook their food and they say that it smells like curry because they stay in the hotel. They keep a apartment or a couple of apartments in there just for them, and they administer the hotel like that. So I was in there and the lady came back and she said, hey, what can you do to help us? I said, well, I see you at Comcast. They done brought these substandard repeaters out here. I can come out there. Well, what did Comcast quote you to fix it? She said, well, yeah, they just came out and they said they want to do it, for like maybe $3,000. I looked at their problem. This was when Fry's still was open. And I had found a couple of repeaters up there with some quad band junts. That was really all we needed was to get 2 quad bands and that'll knock out the whole thing. They don't cost nothing but $100 with my discount. Come in there. I said, well, look, I could do it all for you for about $1,500, by $2,000. She said, oh, let me talk to the old man. See, it's the chain of command. So there's a black chick that was beside me waiting to get in on the hotel. That she was either coming out there complaining about something. And she was like, oh, you do computer work? You talking to these folks? She looked at me like, oh, that's not a black job. That's the face that she gave me. She's like, I can't believe. I'm like, ma'am, can you calm down? Let me get the contract. Why is you tripping? Ain't nobody else saying nothing about that but you. She was just so surprised. Oh, black man doing computer work. Black men have every type of trade. We represent so many different trades, man. And it's like, they try to pigeonhole us in there, talking about, oh, we got so much people out here doing stuff, man. It's crazy.
Shallow, you should have told that bitch, we all the way up in NASA. We all the way up in space. We work everywhere. What the fuck you talking about? You got that surprise. Bitch, you done been in space. What you talking about?
That was just a low-key diss.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to argue with the woman because My money coming out. They talking about, I'm asking money. What did they charge? What did they just say? 3,000? Okay, I already itemized what I need. I can spend about 200, come back and give them 1,500, and I still make my money. And she's got something to say. Like, and then the girl, she looked at the woman while, the younger girl, the daughter, she looked at the woman and was like, and I'm like, bitch, did you have to say that right then? Like, come on, man. They be getting in business, they ain't even theirs. And that's the thing of it. Black men can do any job. So a black job is any damn job because, like you said, we at NASA. So when the hell you gonna tell me? A black job is anything a black man can do. And if they say black jobs, that means all jobs that black man can do. So get off the bullshit, man. We ain't finna be picking over. I see the people talking about that shit, Charles. Then women talking, we gonna be picking cotton. And she was crying for it. I don't think that was a fake TikTok video for views. She was crying for real. Said, I'm waking up, I'm gonna be a slave picking cotton. Bitch, you don't even want to pick your clothes up off the floor at your house. They not gonna get you to pick no cotton if they was.
I tell you, man, this is some sick shit.
That's why I asked the question: are they that stupid, or they just that delusional?
Or maybe they're showing their true colors. Maybe they're just showing their true colors. Maybe they don't know how good they got it, so they get ignored by the men. Maybe that's what they want.
I think it's a double part. I think it's yes. The answer is yes on both of them, Lewis. They are delusional. Yes, we know that. And they are uneducated about the real deal of what it happens. And then they don't even vote their own interest, because at the end of the day, if they're mad at black men for going, I've seen them rail against black men for being passport bros. I've seen them rail, God forbid you have a politician, a black man with a white woman, you'll never be able to hold a significant office. Because if Barack Obama was married to insert white woman name here, he would have never even got in. But we can sit there with Kamala as she's married to a Imhoff, which his family, if you look him up, I mean, when you talk about the people that's behind the money thing and all behind this craziness, his family, you can go deep down up into his family. The fact that she's taking care of 2 white children and you are the biggest proponent for abortion in the world, you can't even answer a question. So, well, if it's 9 months, would you still, if the baby was good, 9 months, I heard her ask that question. She say, well, we're going to follow the laws and, that's not true. But if it was, we're going to follow the laws, not saying, just say no. To say, no, we ain't going to do it. She couldn't do it. You see, we're talking about a whole group of people who are talking about, child support. I heard that one woman, and she was being honest. She said, well, y'all mad, but y'all know for sure now, when child support comes, y'all going to definitely have to pay y'all child support because we can't get no abortions. And I'm like, see, the type of Negroes that you dealing with, they don't even know when they be saying the backwards logic of it. That means the type of dudes that you dealing with, ma'am, is so sorry that they don't even want the kids that they got with you.
Well, think about that. They don't even have the common sense to tell the man to put on a fucking condom if she don't want to get pregnant.
I do y'all one better. Screw the condom shit. They literally shaking in their boots right now. All these females, because why? These paternity court cases, they are literally turning on them and allowing these men to go back and file redress of grievances for back pay for all the years you try to say that was your child and it wasn't. You gonna have to pay that or go to jail. And they looking at the judge like, you see, yeah, you committed fraud.
They don't want to see that because, see, now think about it. And I'm glad you brought that up. There was a case in Houston where a brother paid off his child support early. They got him for contempt of court and he paid it off, right? And I think it was some problem with the paternity, but he paid off the dues and they arrested him. He had to get a damn judge to adjudicate this shit. He had to get all kind of lawyers. And there was another guy in Detroit that did the same thing, but I think he was married, found out the baby wasn't his, and then they still made him pay child support. And they looked at the law, and the law had said, well, of course, you're married, right? So it doesn't matter. But here it is. That is fraud. If I have to pay child support for a child that's not mine, never mind the actual money that I have paid, the taking of my license, the torturous interference with your fucking life. And then now you have to pay all this money back. Think about it like this, Charles. I'll give you one even crazier. You pay all that. Baby ain't yours. You paid the money. They take this money out of your check pre-taxes. Now, keep that in mind. So when they give it to her, they tax it again, but she does not have to claim it as income on her statement, right? Yet she can still receive federal benefits up and until the amount of money that they say that they cannot have it no more. But if you're a good paying brother, let's say you get paid pretty good and you got to pay her, let's just say $1,000 a month in child support, she can still get food stamps. She can still have her job right at the point of where she needs to have it at, can get housing, everything, even though she gets that $1,000 a month from you, which will put her over the amount to get that, which they're charging you for that too. Because remember, when they get benefits, you have to pay that back. The man has to pay that back. And then they never get taxed. That income is untaxable. So what AL is saying is that if they were to reverse that, and then these bogus cases where the woman knew, right, that it wasn't his baby. We got DNA tests. He had to pay all that back, pay back to them. If they had to pay that back to us, oh my God, that's what they fear. They fear that the paternity cases and the payback of the fraud from even when they use your child support and buy stuff for them, buy nails, buy hair and bundles and weed. What does that have to do with my child? They should get them on fraud for that alone. Where is the oversight in this? No, they could literally not give your child nothing, and there's basically nothing you can do as a man. Even if you brought the stuff, say, hey, look, she only buys this. She doesn't even do nothing for my child with this money. The government want to say that doesn't matter. She's owed the money. You have no rights to say a damn thing. Unless you catch that bitch smoking crack in front of the judge, you will have to get you a damn good lawyer to get them kids. Period.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
Why did they get so mad when the paternity? If you're a black woman, let's say the good black woman that they proclaim to be, and a man says, well, before he signs his birth certificate, he wants to have a DNA test. Now we know in our community that is a red flag for death. Okay, no matter how great your relationship is, whatever, it takes a real special kind of woman to not get mad in our culture. If you ask that woman for a DNA test, you better hope it ain't your baby, because if it is, they're gonna sell you down the road, boy. Like it's like they don't want. It's like garlic to a vampire or some shit.
Hey, Charles, you snoring?
Nah.
Oh.
What's up?
He's just doing what wise men do. When you don't know a subject, you be quiet, listen, learn, educate yourself. That's how you get smarter.
You have to be, because a lot of times I'd rather be thought of a fool than open up my mouth and remove all doubt.
Say it again, black man. Say it again.
I'd rather be thought of a fool than open my mouth and remove all doubt.
Well, that's what the TikToks have been doing, because they've been removing all doubt.
And I think ultimately, probably go about 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes for the show. Ultimately, I mean, it's been a fire strain. We got to do this more often. We got to definitely do this more often. And I think this proves to us that everybody here has been noticing. And have you ever noticed that we made such a great victory, but they got butthurt? I mean, you thought one of their family members died the way they screaming.
Right. Hard, man. I mean, it's still happening. It's not over. I mean, they don't even want to come to work. My God, Charles.
And you know what's funny? They're gonna I'm hoping they don't show up for work, and this is the reason why. They're gonna find out how insignificant they are to the code, and when they get fired, because I don't want nobody to really you, but you keep doing it, you're gonna get fired. Those are
So
results. How intricate in the machine are women at the jobs they hold? Are they really gonna do anything to change the system? No.
quid pro quo, man. It's quid pro quo across the board. Very rarely do you have a woman infiltrate a board or a corporate entity and come in there and really make changes for the blue collar person or for the enlisted men that make their whole operation go in order. They worry about that bonus and as much hours or as much work they can get out of you for less. And that's typically how it is, you know, for women, when women running the thing. Now, men do the same thing, but when you come from a blue collar or from a military background, you know what it takes to get great blue collar workers. You know, you can't just get them every day, all day, because some people don't, you know, even some men. I bring them on to the job. We digging a patio up, and yeah, we in the Texas sun. I'm paying you now. I'm paying you $15, $20 an hour. And I've had still then brothers that, you know, I get to hitting that spade shovel in that ground, that hard ass ground, and then niggas do 10 minutes. Man, I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. I said, man, ain't no going. I'm not gonna pay you for that. So it's men that's like that too. But you know how many times you have to go through those to find a good worker. And to with the point the brother was saying earlier, when we come into business, sometimes you're gonna learn that. You know, I've had plenty of times where I had to pay my workers out. This job didn't go right. I didn't do it right, or it didn't, you know, maybe it rained, something happened where we took a couple extra days, and I wind up not making any money on that job. But even in that, I paid my brothers out. But no matter whether this job goes south or not, I am the lead. Okay. I'm commanding this shit. I have to pay all my guys, no matter whether I make my bonus or not. And women cannot do that. How many times would a woman do anything that even has the risk of breaking even? They're not going to pay.
Wow. Think about this, right? We want to go into very ugly territory. Like, when does life began? Are there any differences between boys and girls? And there are people who are hell bent on making sure this is their status quo. I'm just like, why don't we just sit back, relax, and right now, anybody have any last thoughts?
I'm just so happy the vote for mankind was upheld. 2 baseball bats and a baseball. Mankind still rules today. We need male leadership to lead this country into the new frontier. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. Period.
Well, you know what? We have 4 years of guaranteed content to make money off of.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be making money off of this shit. And all we got to spit it and then put it away.
I think we don't relax. I think we put our foot on the pedal to the metal. And like you were saying earlier, brother, we do need chapters. If it should not be one place in America with as many diaspora that we got just in America, even overseas. If a man gonna pull up somewhere where we got a chapter, he should not need to know about nothing. We pathfinder already, right there. You know, I agree with that. We don't need to relax. We need to keep our foot on. I mean, we heard them. That Pink Peter Lewis, if you could put that in the back chat, I want to take a look at that video myself. I want to watch the whole thing if you got it.
Well, I had recorded off my phone, but what I'm going to do, because I've been pulling like 65, 70 hours a week at work, but I start my vacation Monday. I'm gonna be uploading a lot of this stuff on my channel, and because there's some stuff that I have where Pink Pill just totally did a 180 where she was talking smack on the Sprinkle girl. And I think what people are doing, they seeing the environment, how it's changing, and they're trying to pivot to stay ahead of it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, man, because the fact of that they actually have to, and I think this is a win, but we can't just take the win and let them, you know, like you said, they double pivoting now. They're gonna start shifting. Now we got to keep the foot on the pedal, and that's what I'm thinking. Like if they had to actually say our name, and Pink Pill saying Black Manosphere, and she's lying, trying to conflate us with the white Manosphere. And I tell any brother who falls for that stupid shit, that victimization bullshit that she's selling, don't do it, brother, because the white Manosphere creators, I'm sorry to tell you, when you hear those conservative guys that they go in their spaces, if the word, and I hate to use the word reparations because I think we should change the actual name of it. It should be, you know, Black Men Recovery Plan or Platinum Plan or whatever. We do something else besides reparations. But if the word even comes up, those white manosphere creators, they're like, oh no, man, you know, we wasn't slave owners and we don't want to pay for nothing and this and that, you know, they're not with us. So for one, even try to conflate us with them, their plight is not ours. And brothers know who is the fake ones, who pivot, you know, to women's, you know, crap. And some of them exist here on YouTube, and we know the names. You know what I'm saying? That try to back and forth with the shit. We know here, and the greatest thing about being here, which I love, Charles, and to your credit, and also Lewis, you, AL, everybody else. Doctor was up here earlier, AB. I mean, the list goes on, man. BGS. What we do here is we don't shun other opinions. We let brothers speak their piece. Because guess what? Just like Charles said, if I can sit there and listen to a brother, I might think that I'm more educated than him and this and that. But I might listen to him. I find out some information that I didn't even know. They don't allow that. They don't allow that. Us being here with it like that, we need to be able to put our foot. We ain't need to relax on nothing. We need to go forward with it.
Well, you know what, brother? Think about what you just said. Like, now I'm gonna say this. The snippet that I played from Clubhouse, right? That was a 3-minute part of, I think, it was a 4-hour stream. Don't quote me on that. But when I be listening to this stream, these streams on Clubhouse and TikTok, the whole fucking stream is about how black men ain't shit for the most part. And black girls rock. Now think about the past hour of this stream right here. You had a bunch of valuable information that was being disseminated to people in the chat that they valued very much. We only actually talked about maybe 20-30 minutes in the beginning of getting our roast on, but the rest of this stream was valuable information that's helping brothers that could possibly improve themselves.
Absolutely.
But yet, if you let them control the rhetoric, all we do is bash black women. We hate women. Like I said, the past hour was about improvement. About information. Probably somebody in this chat or someone that's going to probably listen to this episode on a replay could probably use some of this information to improve his life and possibly, and I hope so, create generational wealth. Just from the information that Grinch was talking about, UAL, the past hour.
Yeah, brother, Dr. Neil. I mean, you know, Charles, every time I come over here, Charles, what's crazy is that on your show specifically, Man, you got so many brothers, especially military brothers, and then brothers that's blue collar, that's captains of the industry, right? Because how else would they be here? You know what I'm saying? And we had these conversations. You have these pink pills, these people that'll get out there, and all the Black Manosphere, all they do is talk about women. And remember Tommy Sotomayor, and he called all those bitches, and he's down with them. And Kevin Samuels, you know how he talk. Well, what they fail to realize is if they would have took 1 second, and if they really wanted to win, they would have came over here and grabbed the Dr. T, at least just to even have a conversation. Instead of going to the D.L. Hughley's, Charles, right? He come to Charles Faulkner, even with the civic and the military. They cover two bases coming to you, okay? And they want to get at, okay, you hear the Brandon Tatums out here that's bootlicking and doing all this stuff. I ain't seen him got no black cheering. He black because he's with the white woman, but Charles, me, you, AL, I'm sure Louis, we all got black children. So why wouldn't you come to a brother like that? And then we can actually dispel some of this right-wing rhetoric that Brandon Tatum spews daily. We have a man here that is tenured in the military, can tell you everything about civics, was there during the Freddie Gray thing in Baltimore, a actual civil servant, has done time in both civilian and in military service. Why couldn't you come and talk to him?
Well, you know what? You know what I'm actually surprised about, and you see how sincere people really are. I gotta ask you a question, Charles.
Right ahead.
Have one person asked you, you started your own security company. Did anybody, maybe someone probably was a detractor of yours or whatever, did anybody ask you, brother, how can I do that myself? Can you lead me in the right path?
I don't think they want leaders. I think they just want figureheads. They want to be able to blame somebody because this didn't happen. And now black men are not your Negroes to come save you.
I definitely hit you up, Charles. Remember when you was out there in Colorado? I had hit you up out there then. Remember, because I was doing my security and I was trying to get in on some of that stuff. I even hit Charles up. Just the fact that he was out there doing I was like, man, that's great because I got a small security company and I don't have a lot of people, but I've employed about 5 brothers and maybe 6 or 7 with some of the other guys that we had contracted through Leo and law enforcement when certain duty stations were required a Leo. And I had to contact Charles on that, man. I even asked him, man, about that deal because I need to get my level 3. And, we need private investigators and bodyguards. And that's interesting. Like when you was at BlurredCon, Charles, you know what I'm saying? And you had got the contract out there. Remember that shit? When is the BlurredCon? When is it coming up, Charles?
It's going to be in March 7th through the 9th. Okay. So it's going to be interesting. Go look up rooms because there's a lot of hotels in that area. So I'm hoping for 24 hours.
See, that's a great thing, man. That's why I say, security. The first thing once obedience, right? And black women do not want to be secured. Okay. And I heard a lot of them say, well, man, when them laws start killing y'all and doing this here, we ain't gonna cry for y'all no more. First of all, I'll be like, look here, you don't do nothing but stand on our graves anyway. Okay, because a lot of those women were the ones that called the damn laws on the man when he died. Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, just like, look at many people, and we see a lot of the ones that's on the news and stuff, right? But just as brothers, we of an age where we have seen other brothers who have gotten hurt by police or put in prison by a broad that we know called the laws on. So I don't want to hear that shit talking about, oh, well, when the laws start killing you. First of all, when the laws pull y'all over, I done seen too many fucking films with these body cams where this woman is literally attacking police and they just don't do nothing to her. Let you get out the car fast. Shit. Okay. So, I don't want to hear that.
Well, you know what? I've been a conspiracy theorist for a long time, and I actually believe that since what happened, since Zimmerman, and me and Charles talked about this, and Bay, especially and it really opened my eyes when unfortunately, when that airman got killed by the cop answering the door.
I hated that. I saw that. That shit hurt my soul when I saw that shit. It was in Florida, too.
I really think these mothers intentionally do this to their sons so they know most likely when they meet their demise and they hope it's by a cop so they could cash out.
Benjamin Crump has a whole business devoted to it. I mean, an ambulance chaser is one thing, but when you base your entire, and he's a civil rights lawyer, we know what he does.
For blackmail death.
But blackmail death. I mean, I've seen some of the reporters. They cover.
It's become a lucrative industry.
Look, the reporters come out there, they see the death, right? And I talked to her, and she said, "Man, I said, how you keep a straight face when you on the news, when you talking about all these kids and these people dying and stuff?" And she said, "It's hard on me. I went to J school, but I'm doing this beat, and I'm like, it's hard, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, but it's like." She just was like, I don't know how long I can do it. Ben Crump, he's there on the scene. He's one of those guys, like, before the news even get there, he's like, his minions are there. They are already ready to go and stand on our graves. And who gets the money? I mean, even George Floyd. Look at George Floyd. They get the money for Floyd, and what they was wrong. That dude need to do time. And Floyd gets his money, but who gets it? The people that he left from being around, because obviously they wasn't doing nothing for him. So he left, and he was up there, he got a fake 20. He wind up getting caught up high, tripping out there. Okay, then that mean he needed to die. But then look who gets all the millions. They benefit.
Well, if you look at it, and especially with a black male, once that baby is no longer in Pampers, he's seen as a threat. He's looked at older than he actually is. He's a predator. He's a potential workhorse, a potential mule. The only time a black man really has this humanity is when he's dead. That's when he's actually seen as a human, in a lot of people's eyes, is when he's fucking dead.
Right, because now he's a martyr for insert cause here, right? And a lot of time I can imagine what Malcolm would say, and I don't want to take away from this momentous moment, because the 22% of black men, they cannot be understated. I mean, they cannot be. With 7% of black women that have actually voted. Okay, so now that's 30%.
Well, you said 22% of black males?
Yeah, 22% of black males voted for Trump, right?
Well, I'm about to make a logo, a diamond with 22%.
Man, look, bro, I'm with you. Like I said, I got one already, 22%er, man. I'm shirts. We need shirts. I'm getting some shirts together right now, 22%er. And then you got 7% of black women. Now you got 30%. If it keeps going, like Charles was saying with JD, Charles is absolutely correct. If JD gets to where he needs to be at after, because Trump can't run no more. If
We're
they're
gonna
not,
have 12 years of a Republican presidency. Do y'all understand? 8 from Vance, 4 from Trump. Just like you got 8 from 8 from Reagan and 4 from Bush Herbert. This is what's about to happen. These Democrats, they see, but guess what? All the liberal limousine white Dems and all these redneck cracker Dems and all these feminist Dems who allowed these black women to run amok off of a 2-issue campaign. 2 issues that didn't fucking mean a hill of beans. Oh, these white people gonna make these black women pay. And see, they got their noses all the way in there and their asses on their shoulders thinking ain't no consequences, repercussions finna come from us. Like like Dr. Neal said, they gonna go to their island and they finna sit on Black Island like, oh, we our own separate entity, we shielded from all this. No, it's gonna hit y'all from the bottom, the poorest bottom black bitch, all the way up to the wealthiest black female bitch. Y'all go reap the day y'all force the hand of the Democrats by playing all these hostile games. Y'all do not stick to the script and y'all laugh. Biden and y'all laugh. Y'all laugh. Osama and fucking his wife, Michelle, to fucking ruin y'all. Y'all let them play chess all over y'all. And y'all go get what y'all deserve. And guess what? We don't feel nothing. Nothing. At night, America don't have to worry about the black man. The black man's gonna be all right through this. It's them black women that's gonna catch hell. For real. Just watch. Mark my words. Just like I called her, y'all talking about 22% he got. And think about this. 2-3 months ago, we was having all these hard talks on Art New Styles, Charles's, and BGS's. What we kept saying. We kept saying, how much percent does he need to pull away to get this? And we were all saying around 15 to 17. And I said to myself, I said, if he gets over 17% of the black male vote, they can cancel Christmas. Just 2 weeks before the election, we looked up, he was sitting on 20% black male vote. And not to mention the ones that didn't want to come and vote.
Look, because remember, it was 12. It was 12. I believe I remember from now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not 12% that had already on the first Trump, the 2016 bid? Wasn't it not already like 12 to 10% of black men had already voted for him then?
So, yeah, it was 8 to 12%, and everybody, we all kept talking. What would be the threshold that will break the Dems, the black females, and the feminists back? And we all came to the conclusion 15 will make them shake. And I said, if it gets over 17, you can cancel Christmas. They literally outdid what I had thought. And all of us was talking around 15. I said above 17. I was thinking, baby, 18. These fools hit 22. 22% they got black male votes. Just quiet yourselves and just think about it. Ponder on it in thought and see how much it's gonna make you shiver on the inside, knowing, damn, we did that to them. We broke their back. Like the doc was saying earlier, they're basically obsolete now. They're obsolete.
And then the other 5%, right, voted third party. So if you added them into it who didn't vote for them, you already looking at 30% black men right now. And the other 3%, that would be for the women that voted for third party that couldn't vote for Trump, the black women. So that would be 10. That's already 40% that we got in the sleeper wings right now. As it continues, if Trump could just get the gas prices down, if he didn't do nothing else but put the border on and do his little deportation strategy and just brought the gas down to where we could get stuff down again, that would be a win. And even those black women who are on the fence would be like, you know what? We're doing so much better now because we've had 4 years of Bidenomics and Kamalanomics. We've seen where that didn't got us. Even the black women, hell, some of them even talking because they're like, well, damn, we can't even get our food stamps first now. You know, our Section 8 is being put to the side because now we got to wait on a waiting list for 2 years because who do they put in front of you? People that just came here and not paid a damn dime in tax. In California, they're giving people $50,000 to buy a house and don't even have to pay the money back until they sell it. Could you imagine if they even said that they was going to do that for black men? They said, well, we're going to give black men $150,000. Even they said black people all together. Just give black people $150,000 on a house and they don't have to pay the money back until they sell it. Man, come on, man. They ain't never brought nothing like that to us. How did they come up with that plan within 4 years? And they didn't have, 50 years since civil rights came through? And ain't nobody ever thought about that for us? You don't think them people, once they start to see what's really going on, gonna get mad and want to vote against you? They dumb.
Man. Yeah, that's what I said. Well, I'm so, man, I look, shadow, real talk. The minute we find that he won, you talking about a nigga over here happy than a sissy with a bag of dicks in church on first Sunday looking for brand new religion, talking about cutting a jig, nigga. And it don't get, and you know it don't get no happier than a sissy with a bag of dicks in church on first Sunday looking for brand new religion. So you know that's how happy I was. It don't get no happier than that.
I put the orange shirt on, and all I was doing at the job was do 45, 47.
No, but this look, when you see him coming back to work, you need to hit him with the sha-na-na-na, sha-na-na-na, hey, goodbye. Oh, they gonna be sick. They gonna be sick, I promise. They gonna be sick, boy. They gonna have a girl to piss on, a leg to stand on. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. I'm just waiting to see what they're gonna say. Sonny Hostin is their spirit animal.
Oh, speaking of that animal, what about her co-host? Somebody please tell me what Whoopi Uglyberg had to say about the matter. Please, somebody enlighten me.
When Stephen A., I don't know if you can bring it up, Charles. I know it's late, but if you just watch when Stephen A., and to his credit, brother, he shut her down. He shut her ass down because he was like, well, man, y'all getting so extremist in the rhetoric, you know, and he's really talking to her. He said, y'all getting so extremist with the rhetoric. I thought y'all made a mistake when y'all was talking about all this old transgender stuff and all this here. And she had brought in, oh, no, you know, that's just misogynistic. She the first one that said misogynistic. She said, it's because the Latinos and the black men are misogynistic. He said, well, wait, before you call them misogynist, and to his credit, because I think Stephen A. is conservative, but he lies and he just says stupid stuff to get kids' views. I understand what he's controversial, but he said a truth. He said, I'm conservative when it comes to my money, and I am liberal when it comes to my social policy. But she didn't want to hear that. She wanted to say, well, the black men, you know, she wanted him to join on the bandwagon like a DL would and say, black men are misogynistic and Latino men are misogynistic. And that's just not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not true. Why would the white women, if that was the case, why would the white women and why would the Latino women vote? If you, Charles, I wish you could bring this. I'm going to send you that damn thing. Do you know how many counties in the entire United States, based upon the last election, that actually got more votes for Kamala than it did for Trump based on Biden versus Trump? Do you know how many counties in the United States actually beat Trump?
How many?
They came up. Now they beat him, but they came up in the numbers. Because remember, it's 18 million votes that surprisingly did not get cast this year. You know, so those when they put
my avatar,
it was on CNN, right? Oh, I like that one, man. With pride. Look, it was on CNN, and the whole United States, it did not have one piece of blue. It was every single county got less votes than when Biden was doing his bid. So that means that every single county in America got less votes for the Democratic nominee for president than when Biden went in office, and then he did after the COVID and the 18 million votes that they can't find allegedly. You know, no one else, they didn't come. You know, but the popular vote got won. And I looked at that map on CNN, and there was not one drop of blue on the entire map.
That's why I'm still waiting on you boys to call me the Black Nostradamus. I called this 2 months. I said it was gonna be a Trump landslide. But all I got from BGS that night was, yeah, you right, L. No, I needed y'all. I needed some big ups from all y'all. Some shot. Man, look, a poor, lowly, semi-retired owner-operator truck driver called a Republican landslide. And look, not to mention, I got the bump with the popular vote in the end, so I went 4 for 4 that night, man. If I would have voted in Vegas, man, I'd be rich by now. God damn.
Yeah, you should have put some money on that one, AL, because you're right. And
What's up,
even though they
Shannon?
did win some, right? Even if they did win some, right? They did not win more than what they got when Biden was running against him. So that means you lost. You lost 5 million voters. My God. Yeah, but that's mine right here, man. 22 percenters, man. You feel me? And like I said, bro, the Bravo Mike Brigade, man. You feel me? Bravo Mike, man. Black Men Brigade has struck, and we at 22% currently. So I'm just thinking we can pull up another 8% for sure. Those 5% brothers that was voting for the third party, when that third party don't come through with nothing and your gas prices is low, trust me, we gonna get another 10% just on the screen for that. And for shows like yours, Lewis, and for shows like yours, Charles, these things, younger brothers are listening and they are looking at their wallets too. And they seeing this shit. They got cars, they got jobs, they got girlfriends, babies, and shit. They got to feed. You know, they've been dealing with these hyenas, the younger ones too, because they're younger, so they dealing with more than they see it. They seeing this, and they're gonna have Pink Pill and the rest of their ilk. They're gonna have a very hard time. Whoopi Goldberg, she ought to be ashamed of herself for what she says about Jews. My God. Your name was Karen. You changed your name to Whoopi Goldberg, a Jew name. You got with Ted Danson, all these white men you got with, and then you actually got a Jewish name. You changed your name to a Jewish name, and then you the biggest Jew hater. They had to suspend you from your liberal network because of what you said about Jews. I'm like, who else could do that? Imagine a black man was to get up there. Even Van Jones, his crying ass. If he was to say something bad about them Jews, he'd be fired immediately. It wouldn't be no suspension. Man, Jones, you don't have enough tears to make them people bring you back after you say something about some Jews. Man, you gone. You see what they did with Don Lemon? He ain't even had to say nothing about Jews. He said something about his co-host, the women, and man, they got rid of his ass. He thought the LGBTQ was going to cover him. Went over there to Elon, tried to get on some bull, and Elon wound up firing him. He just can't get a job nowhere. These is the damn people that they want you to listen to. And they will get up and lie.
Hey, don't you ever forget about Mr. Ascot and how bad it's going for him, boy. We can't never forget about putting him in that mix. He going through it. Old roly-poly going through it. Captain Ascot, boy. He don't even wear the ascot no more. Y'all remember back in the mid-90s, late 90s, early 2000s, he had an ascot on everywhere he went. Like you couldn't tell him nothing. Yeah, boy. He can't predict that.
He still had it on not too long ago, AL. But see, here's the thing. Roland Martin, here's the big thing. Y'all ready? Mm-hmm. Roland hate watches us. And how do I know this? Because he is I can hear him speaking our talking point. When he was just up there the other day talking to those black men and he got up there when he kept talking about black girl magic. Where do you hear this term used in the spaces? It's here with us because we use that as a point. He's got that. Roland Martin watches us. He knows what's up. You know, the way he did King Randall still to this day struck me. I could never respect him. And I know what he's done. I know he Divide Now. I know he's been the black, what do they call it? Black Action Network, whatever. Maybe that's not Black, something else. Black First Network, whatever his network is. I ain't saying he ain't never did nothing. But Roland Martin, the reason why I cannot stand Negroes like him is because you could go and get someone who actually doing something. You got King Randall over there. King Randall, young brother, has able to get the state to allow him to have a school for black men, a school just specifically for black boys, okay? I don't care if he was independent, Green Party, couch, Republican, conservative, or Democrat. He's got a school. The man is under 30 years old. We got Dr. Umar out here still trying to get this school rolling. This man's school is running. And you just try to destroy every point that he said, cut the man off, told him he was a Trump lover and a bootlicker and all that there. And I said, man, imagine if he was a real person. Well, if you really wanted some of this stuff to get fixed, you got a young guy that was a volunteer himself and did that, King Randall. Shout out to him. A volunteer brother that went out there and did on his own, a younger brother who did it, who would be best to be able to do outreach to the younger brothers. We have to support him. I don't care if he was with Trump. Well, we got to bring him to us. The playbook would not say we need to down this brother and make him look like a bootlick. No, we got enough of them on TV with rolling as it is. We need that guy that took his own money. Now, all the $10 million that you getting to sit here and lie, you just was actually to invest some of that into the young brother, young Randall. Wouldn't we see some damn results? No, he don't want to see that. Roland Martin is up there trying to explain to white folks and Uncle Tom Negroes. I hate to use Uncle Tom because Uncle Tom, his worst crime was teaching black people how to read. If you read the real Harry Beecher Stowe novel. But I'm going to use that as, I'm going to say he's a coon. When he up there cooning, he never once goes and take all that cooning money and invest a damn dime into a brother like a King Randall. And that is the problem with black aristocracy and these bootlegs. They never do invest the money in the young brothers that could be able to hold the torch because they are so worried about their position that they would let us all burn before they ever not conceded the throne, but even gave us a place at the Excalibur table. And what we do over here in the spaces that we have here, we don't do that. Any man that's worth his salt, that's got something going for himself, he can be actually brought in and actually we can work with it instead of us talking down on man. Man doing something, I'd rather work with you, man, and take from you. And that's me. I'll bring you some money before I take some from you. What you do? All right. I know there's people over there that need a job done. Who am I call first? Call Charles. You need security? Good. You said that, Lord. Like, we need to do that. The security in Baltimore DMV area, bam, Charles. We need a referral list. We need to put that up there. The brothers, that's what the other folks do. You know, they don't go to other people. They have that people up there that do plumbing, electrical. They're going to go to those people. And we got to start doing that with each other. I think the more that we do that, the more that we had these conversations, especially with land and asset and money generation, we need to talk about that. Yeah, because guess what? You might have a guy that's only making 40,000, maybe 50,000. He knows the system because he done it, right? But then you got other people that's got a lot of money that ain't doing not a damn thing with it, but letting it sit. Well, I want to invest. Oh, I'm gonna invest with some white folks. I'm gonna go do this here. I'm gonna go do this. Let some people money market. I'm gonna do that. Or may I trade my money? Best thing you ever do is buy you some land because guess what? God ain't making no more of that. He ain't making no more land. You can always get money with land. And who else people you can go to they channels with this pink pill or whether it's all these feminist Negroes. Is they talking about black men empowerment, talking about go and buy you some land. Don't go and buy no, Lamborghini. Go buy you some damn land. Don't go buy a bitch and give a bitch all your money. Go and buy you some damn land. Go and make you a business. I don't see a lot. It's a lot of brothers who do, but I don't see a lot of that. That happens here. So, the fact that he doesn't come over here and actually try to look at brothers that's actually doing it shows me they're just getting paid. They don't care about us. And the 22% we got to make it more, man. We got to make it more.
Well, say, Shadow, I done floated you an email, whatnot, real quick. Just when you get it, then shoot me that number of yours back and we can start hollering directly. But yeah, I'm gonna go on and get up out of here. I gotta get some rest, man. It's been real. Love you boys, man. All of y'all. And keep the faith. We all we got. We all we got. World famous Jesse James there. 10-4.
Salute.
Peace. Yo,
Yeah,
Charles.
man. Charles, you still up, man? You done got your cigar and your liquor?
Oh, man.
Charles AFK, man. No, it's been good, man. Lewis, hey, man, you had some good ideas on that too, bro. Like I say, I laugh, and I don't get a chance to get on Clubhouse as much. I downloaded it at one point in time, and I don't know if I had the right people in or whatever. It was just so toxic. I was like, man, I ain't really like it, but it's cool that you actually able to get some of that stuff, because I would have never known about that, man. And seeing some of these people run their mouth is very eye-opening. And that's really is a very important thing. I'm glad you actually brought that video, man. I'd like to take a look at some of that too.
Oh yeah, when I get on vacation, I'm gonna because I gotta rip it from my phone at recorded at real time onto my computer, and then I convert it through CapCut and upload it.
Yeah, if you got the file, you go into, I don't know what kind of phone you got, but if you go in your file manager, you should be able to either connect it to the computer and drag it over, or you could Bluetooth it. That way it keep you from having to do the real-time recording on the front end, save you a little time.
I got an Apple, so I record it through QuickTime.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Apple. There's a program, I can't remember the damn name, but there's a program, it's an open source Apple transfer program, and you can actually put that on your computer, and you can actually, instead of having the AirDrop, if you don't have an Apple, like a Mac computer, it'll let you just send it straight to the computer from there. I forgot the name of that. I have to go back and look it up, but yeah, that'll help you out as well. That can kind of get away from having the AirDrop thing. You can still send it to your computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. It's open source. I don't think you have to pay for it. It's open source.
Okay. I'm right now. I'm revamping the logo, the Bravo Mike Brigade, the 22. I'm making a logo off of this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, that 22, that's got to be. I'm telling you, I got to put it on the shirt, man, because
the Fighting 22.
Yeah, dog. Like, I'm gonna have that 22 on the shirt. I already got my shirt, man, working on some stuff. I'm trying to get the logo final down. But man, yeah, we need a lot of different ones, man. It'd be dope, man. I see a logo, I'll make that into a shirt. I'm telling you, we need that. We need merch. It needs to be a big. We can't stop with this, because the one thing, when you always see, certain people get complacent, right? It's like, we gotta win. Man, we can't go with that. The impetus has to be to strike. That's how wars are won. They're not won by taking land and staying there. We need recon. We need forward recon. We need forward force projection. Okay, we need to get out there and keep going. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how we win. We stick in one place. Now they can line in the artillery on us, and they can just shell us to death. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep moving, man.
Voting with pride.
Yeah, that shirt is gonna be dope, man. I'm gonna have to get it set up, man. A lot of these, I would go online, and when I first got with my partner, he actually do screen press and laminate print and all that. And I was shopping with who was that? It was the guys that do the damn cards. And they do shirts too. And they charge me about $30 for a custom 2X tall. And my brother was like, man, I could do that, man. You know, and I gave him some bread, man, to do my shirt. Came out way better than what they sent me. And that's another thing. We have to use brothers who do they shirts and stuff like that. People gotta, shop with your interests, man. You know what I'm saying?
For
These
sure.
things done. If you do that logo, man, what are you gonna put it, man? It's gonna be how you gonna do it?
I'm making it on Canva right now.
Okay.
I got the Canva app where you just I'm experimenting, fucking around right now.
Canva is that's a web app and an app.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
You can do a lot of stuff in Canva. I've seen some AI stuff that they had in there, and I just seen some of their basic tools. You know, they got stuff you can do for WordPress and websites in there. It's pretty cool,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, because I use that with CapCut just for make simple shit.
No, yeah, the CapCut is dope, man. I've been working with it. The $9 a month, I think it's worth it because the amount, just what you can do with text and effects, it's just so easy, man. It makes stuff easy.
The brave few. Oh man.
Yeah,
Voting with pride.
Yeah, the brave few, because I was talking to my partner. He said, man, you talking like, oh, yeah, you voted for Trump, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, that's going to get hard to do in the future, man. I'm like, bro, look, when did we start caring about that, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you think I'm scared? Nigga, I've been telling people that I rock with the actual money. I ain't rocking with, like what Charles was saying the other day, we was talking about tangibles. We don't want no tokens. We're setting up that tokenization of our whole deal. That's why we got to the person of color thing. And they ain't going against people of color, but it's the point of it. Black people, if you know your history, when they had whites only and colored only, we fought to be called not coloreds. We said we was black people. We made up, we all agreed to that. And I don't understand that person of color stuff, because person of color takes away from us. And they all surprised that, oh, Latinos voted against it. Y'all don't realize these people from different countries. They don't like them over there. The Cubans don't like the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans don't like the Mexicans. The El Salvadorians can't stand the Mexicans. The Argentinians and the Colombians and the Panamanians. Man, you got so many diaspora for them. They don't fuck with each other like that. So what do you expect? You know what I'm saying? These people don't like each other. The first time I ever heard the term wetback, bro. You know who told me that term?
What, a Spanish person?
Yeah. I was at Kmart, and a person came up to me and they spoke Spanish. I didn't know how to speak Spanish at the time. And I was just pointing to, where they seemed like they needed a DVD or something. I was like, yeah, it's over there, DVD's over. And he couldn't speak English. And then when he left, it was another Spanish guy. He spoke English. He came over to me and he was like, oh, man, yeah, you was just talking to that wetback. Oh, man, don't waste your time, man. You can't understand no English, man, this and that. I was like, wetback? He was like, yeah, wetback. He just came over here, this and that. I'm like, damn, ain't you they people? You know what I'm saying? Like, why you calling them that? You know what I'm saying? Like, wetbacks. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. I like, why do they own people call them? But people don't understand that. A lot of them people don't like that stuff. They don't like them people coming over getting all them benefits, and then they family had to work so hard to get their papers. Like they hold their papers as like, they paid for that. They respected that. And for them to get their jobs took by people that just came over in their diaspora, they don't like that shit. And them people is racist.
Yeah.
And they definitely hate black men. They can't. And I tell people all the time, you know what the Mexican diaspora people call when Mexicans go outside of that race with black women?
What?
They call it getting muddy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like a lot of white boys over here, they call it slumming.
Yeah, it's a bad denotation of it, right? It's like bad, right? Nothing good. So this is my partner. He a Mexican. He's straight up. And I'm not. Look, he say we won't say it. I'm cool with a lot of different cultures. And he said, "Yeah, man, I'm getting muddy with this broad." All right, getting muddy. What you mean? It's always the black chick, man. Ooh, I'm like, oh, okay. I said, oh, that's what y'all call it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get muddy. You know what I'm saying? That's when when you part of the familia, and you go outside of that, they call it, getting muddy. And if you bring one, your grandma gonna want you to bring the kids, and she always tell you, mujer de raza. And that's loosely translated to better the race. And what does better the race mean? It means whiter skin. So it means to bring home a woman that is a more lighter skin than their brown people, to make a lighter skinned child, more white centric type of baby, to mujer le raza, to better their race. So bettering their race doesn't mean making more color or getting muddy. It means getting white. And
wow.
Okay, now you take that, you know what I'm saying? For La Raza, right? So people don't understand that, because they ain't never been in these different cultures. They don't know how they really think. You know what I'm saying? You got people that do mix and match and whatever, but for the most part, those are exceptions. They are really race specific. The Indians are the worst. Indians can't stand if the Indian get a Indian chick get a black dude. That father, I had an Indian chick. Her dad could not stand me, and it was like, it wasn't a problem. I mean, we both worked at the same job. I worked for Yahoo at the time. She worked for Yahoo, and the guy, to his credit, he just didn't give a fuck if I was the greatest black Negro in the world, black Superman. He just did not want his daughter to get muddy. He wanted his daughter to be with a white man or Indian. If with a black or even a Mexican, that's below their race. They don't like that. They are very racist against black men. They do not like us. So we're already at that level of.
And what group is this?
That's the Indians. The
Well, you gotta look at it. Indians and Pakistanis, they come from a caste system.
Right.
And really, technically, what your modern American racial hierarchy structure, it comes from when Great Britain had took over, like when they colonized India. And it was something, I'm glad you mentioned the Indians. I was going down some rabbit hole on YouTube, and it was in Washington State. They were passing a anti-caste bill because there's a lot of discrimination in Silicon Valley and up in Washington with all the tech companies. A lot of the darker skinned Indians are being discriminated against the lighter skinned Indians, like how they do over in India.
Right.
And they trying to pass a bill
to stop the caste discrimination.
Yeah, because they're bringing their cultural practices from India and they're doing it here on a job where, let's say, I'm a darker skin Indian and you're a lighter skin, you will hire me at a lower rate than my skills demand, or
or the counterpart, the actual, if y'all skills was the same, they was hiring the other people as a practice.
Yes.
I got you. I see what you're saying. And that's the way they do it in India, right? Because certain people can even hold certain type of jobs if they got a certain type of family lineage or the color of their skin.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Look at the avatar.
I see it right there. You got the diamond in there. Bravo Mike Brigade. I like that, man. Yeah, that's that look. They see that right there. People gonna already know you got the diamond, man. 22%. They gonna see, man. I tell you right now, we gotta keep our foot, man, on the pedal, man, because this right here is big, man. Think about it. Maybe
well, leave no quarter, and you know what, Dr. Neil is absolutely right. We've won, and you know what? We just have to have the mindset of it. We're no longer playing defense.
You know, if Malcolm was still alive, right, rest his soul, he explained to us about this white liberal thing. And I dare to say, if he was alive, he would not be down in the doldrums like the rest of these fools on damn TV are so-called, you know, aristocrats and leaders and pundits, black women and men.
Well, can I be honest? If Malcolm was alive today, a majority of the people would turn their backs on Malcolm because they did the same thing even with Martin Luther King.
You think so?
He would be ostracized by his own fucking community, and the women would be the first one leading the march. Because I heard plenty of that shit on fucking Clubhouse. That is the rhetoric.
You think Malcolm? You think at this point? Do you think Malcolm would actually
be ostracized by his community?
You know, and that's crazy, but I guess in the long run,
because what was the premise of Malcolm when he was in the Nation of Islam?
Nation of Islam, when Malcolm came in, he wanted black empowerment. He
wanted black empowerment, black men with black women working together.
Right. And when he ran into the FUPA with Martin, where he was like, well, we're not gonna lay down and take it. We're gonna take our rights, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna police our own neighborhoods, we're gonna have our guns, and we're not gonna take it, you know, we're not gonna get beat up. We're gonna, you know, and that was a militant thing that they saw in him.
And we're gonna die trying. We're gonna die trying, fighting the system. Who benefit? Who the fuck benefits from the system more than anybody?
Shit, the people that's administrating,
the women, the women,
yeah, and the women. Yeah, the women, yeah, they're benefiting because think about it. When they changed, cause see, if they took the women's righteous, they want their kids to be done right, their sons and their daughters equally, right? And that was the case. Now they had set it up to where they have more kids, they give them more money, keep the man out of the house. They've got it to the point where they had it right there.
Wait, you say you got Clubhouse, right?
I have it on one of my phones, yeah.
It's a room every Monday night. The brother is a brother that holds the room. He used to play for the Philadelphia Eagles. He plays every Monday. Every week is a different Malcolm X speech. And hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Yeah, Malcolm had some speeches, man. You know, a lot of people wanted to get rid of him for what he said, but I got nothing but respect for the man. You know what I'm saying?
Are you familiar with this book?
Conspiracies Unraveling the Assassination of Malcolm X. I've
by,
not seen
it's by Babazak Kondo. Well, anyway, the brother he covers each one of Malcolm X's speeches, and they cover during that time frame and discuss the what was going on. You got to remember, Malcolm X was not really liked by a majority of the black community during the time, and you got to remember, even Martin Luther King, he wasn't very well received from, like, he was received mainly in the South, but in the North, he wasn't really liked. It was after he was killed that he became, you could say,
martyrized.
he became a deity. He became a deity. And
Right.
even when Malcolm, when he died, you got to remember, he wasn't liked. Because remember, he was considered a traitor by the Nation of Islam. Even still to this day, it's certain people that they call him a Judas, and where he embraced Sunni Islam. And you could say, really, after when Spike Lee made the movie, he became really well respected because he became and also through the help of with people like Public Enemy and all that during the early rap, which became de facto became part of our pop culture.
Yeah,
But prior to that, he was not really a accepted individual because he was considered a rabble rouser. Because remember, we was at the yoke of white supremacy during the time.
Of course. But see, one thing I respected about him, because they actually went and got him, right, on a lot of these different platforms that they had, and they would actually sit down and have discussion with Malcolm. And he did differ from what King was saying. And I can imagine the propaganda back then, where they probably deployed it on him. I can imagine he was probably disliked. And a lot of the real heroes, like real guys, right? They're never respected until they're dead. And then in the future, they'll never see, the respect that, they should have in garnered there, they before their time, I guess. And they would get their flowers later.
And you got to remember, even like whatever, if you're like in Martin's camp or you're in Malcolm's camp or whatever, what a lot of people, we especially this generation, the younger generations, we tend to romanticize this, and people fail to realize revolution comes with a sacrifice. And not everybody is meant for revolution, because to be a revolutionary, they talk all this shit, but are you willing for your bloodline to end with you for the betterment of the race?
Moher la Raza.
Or are you Striker, or are you willing for your bloodline to end with you so the better of the race can move on? That's revolutionary. A lot of people talk revolutionary, just to say it, but they don't understand what comes with it.
Well, yeah, you could die. You could die, and they could happen.
And most likely you're gonna die.
Yeah.
That's part of the job. That's part of the fucking job.
It's revolutionary, right? So it's like it's not been done. It's totally against everything, the norms. So once the powers that be, and especially if you have any power in that organization, and that's what COINTELPRO was so great at, right? So, they were able to infiltrate the Black Panthers, right? It was able to take out the leaders, okay? They was good. And then they somehow found out a way to splinter that after the Watts riots, the Crips and the Bloods. You can go back to the Vice Lords. You can go to the Gangster Disciples. You can go to a lot of different Black P Stone. You can go all these different type of gangs and look back in the days. It started from Black empowerment, okay, and they figured out a way to get us to fight each other, and it's been like that since gangster rap. And it's funny you talk about the music because since the gangster rap, they had the East and West Coast War, Bloods and Crips banging on wax. We done went from that to now it's like kill a nigga, kill a nigga, kill a nigga, kill a nigga, mumble rap. You got
Hey, Charles, you up? You there, Charles? Go ahead, brother. Oh, hold that thought, Striker. Charles, when we was on the phone, what was our general consensus about this community? It's done. It's a wrap.
It's not. It was a slow bleed at first. Now it's just been nuked. If you get my drift, it's been nuked.
Save yourself, brother. And if you're lucky to have a woman on your program, then so be it. Make sure you cherish that individual and make sure she remains on your program. As a community as a whole, it's over. It's a wrap.
Because personally, too many women, especially in our society, are so gynocentric and so feminist that it's not even worth the squeeze. Think about it. They're mad at an election so badly that they're willing to throw you under the bus and try to make your life a living hell. These women are sick. They want to kill babies. They don't want a guy who works in the market. They don't want a cop. They want a scammer and they want a damn drug dealer. So, I mean, what are you going to get out of
and the drug dealers? I mean, look at their life expectancy, Charles. The average, and even if they don't die in the service of them doing this, let's say they go to prison, right? And what is the life expectancy on that type of lifestyle, would you say? Yo, you still there, bro?
Hey, Charles.
I thought somebody was about to say something, but
No, he was asking you a question.
Oh, what did he say?
How long was the life expectancy of a scammer or a drug dealer?
Oh, I thought he was just a blank question. Lord Jesus. I say about average. I say if they start at 18, on average, they're probably done at like 40, not 40, 24. And what makes it crazy is that these same chicks, when they die off early, we're talking about the drug dealers, they usually die off early. And this same chick will try to get with a guy who she been avoiding the whole time, just to get what's the words I'm looking for? Just to get a so-called normal 9-to-5 guy, and even then, she's being disrespectful. I mean, not only save yourself, respect yourself, black man. Respect yourself. We'll go ahead. Who's next?
Yeah, no, respect it, man. That's off top, bro. I mean,
and all the women do is use them as like once they're used up, they just dispose of them and get a new one.
Well, yeah, that's why they don't know who is the baby daddy on Mark. See, because now you would think a lot of them, they do it for the clout, they do it for the money, but I mean, they made a mockery of our entire family dynamic, and he made a whole career out of it, right? And you would say, well, this is bull. You know, this woman's up here for the 10th time. I mean, one of them was like 12. I'm like, 12, man? I mean, just physically thinking about that, like, you had to test, really, it's only a certain amount of time per month she can actually get pregnant. 12? And then on the 12th, still didn't know who it was. He was stayed up until you know some of these people who've been on the shows. One of my artists was on that show. And he sent me the video. I was like, oh, he's like, nah, man, I'm on the show. I'm on Maury. And I was like, what? And it's funny because it was like they was doing the dance and stuff. And I was like, man, and it wound up not being his brother's kid, it was his brother. And it wound up not being his brother's kid. And I sat there and watched. I was like, man, I thought this shit was a joke. He said, nah, man, they called us. She got paid. They bought her. They paid for us. You know, I was in the audience when you see my cameo. He said they paid for me to come up there, paid my brother everything. And he's like, it's real. He's like, yeah, they might have some faker joker motherfuckers up there. He's like, but man, this is real. Like, there are real people out here. It's not made up. And when I noticed that, I was like, oh, so this stuff is real. He's like, yeah, man.
Yeah, black dysfunction is very lucrative.
Say that again.
Black dysfunction is very lucrative.
Huh. Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it?
Think about it. There's a multi-billion-dollar industry over in Asia because black women do not like their hair.
Ooh, you better not say that again. That's gonna make them mad now, Louis.
No. Black dysfunction is very lucrative for everyone else. In the words of David Carroll, one of our patron saints, we are the mud sill which everybody stands on.
Multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean, that hair, man, it's like gold. I mean, if you couldn't have made it up back in the 50s and say, if we would invest in some synthetic hair, horse hair, or otherwise, we could make $1 billion selling it to black women.
Well, in the 50s, you had the conch and that lie and all that stuff you put in to straighten your hair out.
Yeah. Like Malcolm.
And then in the 70s and the 80s, you had the Jerry curl.
Yeah. Everybody had wanted their S curl and their Jerry curl.
And now it's bleaching cream and weave, lace fronts.
Ooh.
And what they're going late, and what you're experiencing now from these women is lace front logic.
I mean, hey, maybe this is part of the master plan.
Bundles.
It might work.
What you say, Charles?
I said maybe it's part of their master plan. Maybe they're just seen just like a cartoon supervillain. Who knows?
But who is running the show then? Who is their Skeletor? Right? Who is Skeletor of the mix? Because somebody's got to be running this show. They take orders from someone, right?
You mean who's the villain in all of this?
Oh yeah.
Like, who is their Skeletor, right? That, Skeletor, he's the leader of the demons, right? He's coming in, he's going against, everybody else. So if they're the minions of Skeletor, who is Skeletor? Who gives them the walking orders? I'm just saying, like, that play, it's like, my partner was talking about, he was like, man, he was telling me about this one chick. I'm telling him about this other chick. We comparing notes. And it was like, man, it's almost like they use a playbook, right? Like, use a playbook. So who is the coach that gave him the play is what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Well, the white man gave the white feminist female her marching orders, and she gave the black woman her marching orders. And even at the end of the day, your most staunchest white feminist woman will have a husband.
Right. So the white woman is their Skeletor. So the Skeletor then just came back and hit him in the head, and they don't know how to act because they so mad at white women. Say white women, even Sunny, she's like, you white women, can you imagine you sitting up there on The View and the mother just down you a whole race? Could they ever do it to anyone else? Like, can you imagine?
But that was the question I asked. Is it delusion or stupidity? Because anybody with common sense would know. And let's like Charles would say, let's be black pilled right now, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Who's the majority in this country?
White women, right?
No, white people, European.
Overall, yeah.
Isn't it common sense white people will vote for their best interests, or will they vote for black women's interests? No, we being pragmatic right here, right now. White people are going to vote for what's in their best interest. Yes or no?
It's a resounding yes. Even the feminists.
Just like I said earlier in the stream, how can you be surprised that white women didn't vote for Kamala when they didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, and she was a white woman that was even more qualified to be president than Kamala Harris?
They don't look at the past. They know what they know was been told to them. They don't have to go through that here, Louis. They just go to Cardi B. They just bring out Megan and twerk, and we've seen what they, and this is how they get our people, and even black women who are smart enough. You would think, like you said, I think it's stupidity to a certain extent, but it is delusion.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it. Black women had the audacity to be surprised that white women chose their race, their economic and social stability over the sisterhood. You cannot make that shit up. They thought that white women were more loyal to black women than them being loyal to their man. Now, here's the thing. Every group
have husbands, right?
A woman is beholden to who she gets her money from, right?
True.
Where do the white woman get her money from?
Her
The white man, right? Where do the Asian woman get her money from? The Asian man, right? And just like and for the most part, the Hispanic woman, the Latina, et cetera, et cetera. Where do the black woman get her money from? Big Daddy government. As like Charles used to say all the time, and shout out to Mr. Z and Roger Report, they would never be Miss Ann. Never.
Yeah, Miss Ann, that they thought that she was gonna vote for them, and if they really were smart, that's how we know they delusional. They would have seen that this woman ain't even claiming our culture. She only claims it now because she needs your vote. And in 100 days, you think that no one voted for her. You think Miss Ann may remember that? They didn't do no proper primary for her. They stuck her up there because Biden just couldn't finish the job. Biden looks refreshed now. He looks like he got a new win. He's smiling. He's just happy he didn't have to go and get knocked down by Trump.
You brought up earlier about with Stephen A. Smith on The View, right?
Yeah.
And you remember how Stephen A. Smith broke it down where Biden said he was going to be a transitional president, but when the Democrats took up a bunch of seats in the midterm, he started feeling himself.
Yeah.
I think he took part of it also in sabotaging Kamala out of revenge. Oh, you don't want me to be I can't get my try at the second term? Fuck you.
Was
If I can't have it, nobody can.
That's why you seen Pelosi move the way she did, because she was with the fuckery until he did it, and about a couple of days later, she started saying, "Hey, we gotta do something. We gotta do something." And at that point, Kamala was already in the wings, ready to go. They put the money behind her. They got no primary. Miss Ann remembered that, because she remember, like you say, the Hillary Clinton effect can't be marginalized. And you're right, black pill. Let's keep it black pill. If there was a white woman where there was Haley, or even they could ran two white women, they could have ran a Democratic woman. They could, and they would have been forced to put up they'd probably had to put Tulsi up. They had to do something on the Republican side, because they had to put a woman up. They would have rather voted for her over Kamala, and they didn't get the chance to go and vote. They probably would have voted for Pocahontas.
Say that again, brother.
If they would have
Tulsi, if they didn't run Tulsi Gabbard off to the Republican Party,
exactly,
Tulsi Gabbard would have been a very qualified candidate.
She was there in she's a lieutenant colonel. I didn't even know. I'm looking at her rank. So damn, she's a lieutenant colonel. And I'm looking at her shit. I'm like, damn, she pretty cool. Now I like some of the stuff that she say. And I was like,
JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, 2028 will be an unstoppable ticket.
Unstoppable. They don't know. Miss A ain't gonna vote for Tulsi, man. I'm telling you. And JD, they waiting for that. They gonna have to do something, Lewis. They got to do something quick. They might try to long walk it, but if they get any kind of hell right now, they're bleeding so many votes. They have to do something. That's why you see these people going to the middle now. That you see them going to even on TV, they going to the middle. They're gonna have to go to the middle. Even St. Hugo over there, the Young Turks, he himself, he's the biggest Democratic hero of them all. Even him, and he's yelling at
I wouldn't be surprised in 2 years if Anna Kasparian leaves TYT.
Yeah, the only reason she's still staying is because she got money in there with him, and she just can't leave. And it makes for a good juxtaposed show. Right now, she's kind of leaning right. So then Sink's got somebody to really just go back and forth that he just can't cuss out or whatever. But she's gonna eventually get tired of that, because remember, she's Miss Ann too. She just don't know it. She started learning though. She ain't figured it out yet. She Miss Ann too. You know what I'm saying? She talked that hot liberal shit with Sink, but she Miss Ann too, bro. You absolutely correct.
And with all this rhetoric, black women don't even realize that they're alienating the people in their own party. How much you think white women gonna put up with you insulting them? Oh, it's your fault that Kamala lost the election. Oh, it's your fault. You know what they're gonna say? Know your fucking place. They're literally biting the hand that feeds them. You're witnessing self-destruction right now in the Democratic Party.
They've got the ball in terms of actually getting their base back in order, but it's fractured now. They don't know where to go. They're gonna scoop up the glass from Kamala. They're gonna come with somebody, but what they're gonna bring is, I'm saying, as we're talking about it, they're doing it. They have to come back and catch those voters that they lost. And what is that? They didn't expect a lot to vote because they brought in the Latinos, right? So they brought in the people. They would figure, well, if we're gonna let your people get in and give them amnesty, that's our other voting block. So we'll be able to get their vote. So now you done brought these people in for them, and then they still ain't voting for you. That's a bigger bleed than the black men.
Well, you know what? If the Democratic Party was smart, if I was head of the DNC, okay, you have a week of mourning. All right, Kamala lost. They should be totally focused on 2026 right now. The election's over. We lost. Let's lick our wounds. Now the focus is 2026.
Yeah, because they need to get them House seats back and them Senate seats back, right?
And maybe you could find a young up-and-coming star to put up in 28. If they're smart, they should be focusing on 2026 right now.
I mean, if they had any chance in winning the presidential election for 2028, they would be smart to do that because they're gonna have
If they have any brain cells. 2026.
The identity politics is gonna have to change though, because remember, they're in charge of the media right now. But the stuff is changing. That's why you see Letitia James. When I saw her say that, and see, that's why I don't want certain people in charge of government. Because now when you didn't got caught up and you know you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing, you got paid for it, but now the shit ain't come out like you thought it was. And now instead of you just taking your thing, you get up here and say, well, yeah, if Donald Trump come back and try to, if the administration, gonna come back and say something, I'm here for y'all. And if they try to say that we're gonna take money from New York, now this ain't about New York and money taking that you was already getting. This is about you. Hey man, you gonna have to pay for that. You took them folks' money knowing you ain't had no case on that man and did that. If them folks get you, don't try to come back to us now. No. Go ahead.
And with this election, you know what this is like? This is the irony of the Democratic Party became too big to fail. They took on too many ideologies all at once and trying to serve. They had too many masters to serve. You had a party with the rainbow. You have the Arabs, of course, but you backed up Israel over that fiasco that took place in the Middle East. And I'm not saying what was happening over there was right or wrong. I'm just saying what was happening. So you're alienating the Arab population, and a lot of them voted for Trump, and a lot of them, a large majority either voted for Trump or they didn't vote at all. And even I was listening to a lot of gay people. They felt alienated by that with the big push on trans. And what a lot of people don't know, a lot of gay people don't like the trans movement. And then here in America, you're pushing illegal immigrants over American citizens. The Democratic Party was alienating a whole bunch of people inside their party.
Right. That's when intersectionality goes wrong. You try to cater to all those movements, and then you fail to realize the voters. You need to go after the voters. You're getting on TV. We own the media. Your propaganda has been so stale that it's consisted a lot of as the guy that we don't want you to vote for is bad. Not what we're doing good. Not what it's just this guy's bad. So you waste time because you could actually put out some measures. You have organic support. And that's one thing that Trump does good. He gets his organic support, and they can call him, a racist, and they can do all this stuff. He's a felon, and he's all this, but he's gaining other races and voters. You've just lost. What is their plan? They have to come back to the voters because the American people are not with what you're saying. You have to come back to us, and then what masters will they serve now? Is my question.
Yeah. Oh wow, I lost 2 subscribers. Oh, how nice.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, YouTube be doing that. They'll take 2 from me and then get 2. They'll give them right back like a couple days later.
Oh man, they got dirty tricks now. They do dirty tricks. I've seen it happen, man. The funny part about it is we talk about a couple subscribers. David Pacman he got up there complaining about he lost 5,000 subscribers. He's heavy duty left guy, and he's got like almost 2 million some subscribers. I'm like, man, you tripping about 10,000? Oh, we lost 10,000 subscribers. Maybe we ought to start, being more middle of the road. We don't know how we lost. We don't know how Kamala could have lost. It's the fact that the whole country is just racist. And I'm like, yo, bro, can you imagine? You crying about 5,000 subscribers, you lost 10,000 subscribers. Bruh, these people been getting paid millions. That's why I don't feel sorry for them, because you got paid underneath that blanket. The more crazy story you can put out, the clicks, the more hate rage it generates. These media outlets supposed to be real news. All they talk about is the opinion piece all day. They bill it as news, and they confuse the people who don't know no better. And now because of that, that's why you have the 80% of the people can vote for that one party. Because if that one party is in control of the entire media system, so a lot of it is stupidity, and the delusion that they sell you is that they actually give a damn about you. But here's the key: they have to tell you what they're gonna do to you before they do it. So yeah, we make you agree to all of this intersectionality. We're gonna bring in every culture from everywhere, give them money over you, and tell you you're complaining when you see what's going on. So I think that has.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Charles.
I think Charles fell asleep over there. Charles, you still up, man?
Let me call this boy. Because I'm about to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it in myself, man. I just thought that was a good point you made, man. Miss Ann did flip flop on him, and I can't say it's a surprise to me. Not this time around. They definitely didn't want Kamala. Maybe if they would have had Hillary back again, but I think at this point Hillary would probably be. They ain't want none of that. They want some masculine energy. They've been having a lot of this weak-wristed Joe Biden, don't know where he at, and Kamala, Miss Ann, she's scared of that.
I'm about to go to sleep. I'll see y'all guys later.
Man, salute, bro. Hey, man, send me that picture, man. You did too, man. I want to put that in one of these designs I got, man.
Is your email in the back?
Yeah,
I got it. I got it. Let me take a picture of the email and I'll send it to you.
All right, bro. I appreciate it, man. Charles, I went to sleep on it, man. Hey, man, salute, man. 22 all day. Oh, Mike.
Yes, sir. Peace.
I'm out. Charles, you still up over there, man? Wake up, man. End the stream. All right, brothers. I'm out, man.
All right.
Wow.